walk to go across to the White House and to call on and pick up President Reagan so that they may all ride to the Capitol together. You've heard throughout the political year Vice President Bush refer to Martin Van Buren, the last sitting vice president, to go like this to the White House. And Martin Van Buren was the first president-elect to go and call for his predecessor, President Andrew Jackson, at the White House, and it's become tradition ever since. Both men will ride, David, to the Capitol together.
A little history. Harry Truman lived in Blair House while the White House was being restored, and every day he walked across the street. They stopped traffic for him, but he walked. With the security, the emphasis on security today, they will barely let the president stick his head out the front door.
Lots to be talked about that throughout the day, because George Bush, as we understand it, wants to alter that to some extent.
He
but
thinks it's excessive.
Yes.
You may be
a lot
right.
of people agree with him. Ann Compton has been in Blair House this morning and is now outside. Ann, what happened inside?
Well, Peter, I think the vice president simply wants a lot of people around him right now, because just moments ago, he tapped at the window for us. He was getting a national security briefing with Brent Scowcroft inside. I've never seen the vice president in a more playful mood. A moment later, an aide comes out, tugs on my sleeve, and says he wants to see you inside, off the record. And I don't think I'd be betraying any confidences if I didn't tell you that the vice president just kind of talked about, gee, how long we've known each other, how exciting a moment this is, talked about kids, and we got in an off-the-record bid to make sure that all those kids make it to Kennebunkport this summer. Mrs. Bush feeling very relaxed and says that she's rejecting this new nickname he is giving her, Gray Fox. She wants to be known as the Silver Fox.
Okay, thank you very much, Ann Compton, outside Blair House. Sam Donaldson is over there on the north lawn. Sam?
And here he is, President-elect Bush, coming up the north portico. President Reagan, Mrs. Reagan waiting for him. John Sununu, his chief of staff, the incoming chief of staff, was over here a few minutes ago looking over the digs. Vice President-elect Quayle, Mrs. Bush. In blue, as you pointed out, Nancy Reagan with a traditional red all these years, her trademark. But today, I can't tell the color of that from where I am. It is red, isn't it?
It's sort of a rusty red, I think, Sam, at least looking at our monitors.
President Reagan saw his White House staff, the personal staff, not the chief of staff and people like that, but the cooks at 10:15 this morning, a few minutes ago. There's the portrait, all the incoming and outgoing occupants of this house stand there for a moment at
Sam,
this time of Inauguration Day and take that family picture.
They will all have that on their mantles.
Exactly. Sam, how many people work at the White House? Have you any idea?
I don't. Good question. If you talk about the executive, the executive offices, there are about 450 people, but I'm now including not just the mansion, not just the private staff or the president's personal staff, people over in the UOB.
And what becomes of the president's personal staff now? Do they all go to California with him?
No, they fly. They look for jobs. A lucky few stay on, like Marlin Fitzwater, the press secretary who's going to be Mr. Bush's press secretary. But most of them, the political appointees, now are out of work. And their resumes will be in our shop and every place else.
The household staff, the butlers and so on, all stay.
That's right.
But I was thinking people like the presidential photographer changes, Sam, right?
That's right. The photographers change. At least most of them have been told that they're going to change. The switchboard operators stay, as David Brinkley just pointed out. The cook will change because each president wants to bring in his cook. I mean, we're going to have chili, I suppose, in this White House from Texas, and fajitas, and we're going to have somebody who knows how to do it.
But you've got to settle one piece of frivolous eating habits for us. During the campaign, George Bush was trying to advance the idea that he liked pork rinds with Tabasco sauce. Some of us tried it and thought it was not possible.
Well, it's possible to like pork rinds. I mean, I'm from West Texas, southern New Mexico. I can tell you that you can stomach them. But that's not what Mrs. Reagan has been dining on these past few years.
On this culinary question, I shouldn't say this, but I don't know what a pork rind is. What is it? I know about southern food, some of which is rather funny. Pork rinds, I don't know. What are they?
Well, you know what bacon is?
Yes.
Well, you just use your imagination. Pork rinds are interesting.
You don't want to say, all right.
I think it's
I really
skin,
don't know what
isn't
it is.
Well, we'll investigate that. Somebody's already investigated, Sam, to find out that there are 93 members of the household staff, at least so somebody has told me in my ear.
Gardeners and so on.
Yeah. They are now inside the White House where they're going to meet with this Joint Congressional Inauguration Committee. There are all sorts of hosts for the inauguration, and the Joint Congressional Committees come down to the White House today to take them back up to the Capitol, where they will be hosted, in a sense, by a variety of senators and congressmen, all who play a role today. Let's us go back up there now and talk to ABC's Bill Greenwood, who is down there with all of the people who have begun to gather there to see this ceremony, which is about an hour and 25 minutes away. Bill?
Peter, they started arriving here about 9 o'clock this morning, everyone going through a metal detector, very enormous security precautions in effect here at the Capitol. 140,000 people have been invited, and when the gates opened at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, it looked just like the California gold rush as these people swarmed all over the west front of the Capitol. There is seating for about 80,000 people. I'm in what you might call the cheap seat area. This is a standing room area. It is muddy. There are more high-heeled, mink-coated ladies who are sloshing through it than I could possibly count. You'll see an awful lot of different types of people here today. These very coveted tickets to view this inauguration given to them by members of Congress, by members of the President and Vice President's staff, and, of course, the National Committee men, the state chairman. Everyone allocated a very small number of tickets, and they are indeed hard to come by.
Okay, Bill, thanks very much. Perhaps you can have a chat with some of those people, see what they're thinking this morning. But while people are gathering, let us meet another member of our staff who's going to be with us throughout the day. ABC's Carol Simpson is on the parade route. Have people begun to gather there, Carol?
Yes, they have. Hi, Peter. I'm at 13th in Pennsylvania, which Pennsylvania Avenue is called America's Main Street. And Washington hasn't seen an inaugural parade for 8 years, so people are pretty excited about seeing one. You'll recall in 1984, bitter cold weather forced cancellation of Reagan's second inaugural parade. But the crowds are beginning to form now, and we're looking forward to a good day. It was nice, bright, and sunshiny a little while ago, but clouds have started to move in, and it's starting to get a little cooler.
Okay, Carol Simpson. And somewhere also there is Barry Seraphin, who is outside the White House and will probably have the best vantage point today of the parade, which will come down Pennsylvania and pass right in front of that reviewing stand of the White House. Barry, good morning.
All right, Peter. Yes, we're down near the White House at the corner of Pennsylvania and Madison, right across the street from the Treasury Department. Not many crowds here yet. Bill Greenwood was talking about the cheap seat section. This is the high rent district down here. This is so-called preferred and premium seating, and it costs you anywhere from $75 to $100 a ticket to sit here. This is the home stretch of the parade. The presidential reviewing stand is just about a block down the street behind me.
Okay, Barry, thanks very much. We'll be back to you and to Carol Simpson a number of times throughout the day. We'll be back with our full coverage of this inauguration day in just a couple of minutes. There is this most familiar of all American buildings for all of us. We've already referred this morning to the fact that it's been restored. It was quite a battle. It were forces which really wanted it not just restored, but extended to make more room for members of the House and the Senate. There you see members of the House who are inside the chamber at the moment, and will shortly come out and join the other thousands of people on the west front of the Capitol. As we're talking about transition, we want to go back very briefly now to Sam Donaldson, because as David pointed out at the beginning, somebody is talking extensively in my ear, so we'll get that to stop for just a second. We were talking about Sam Donaldson leaving the White House. He has been almost everywhere that Ronald Reagan has been, I guess almost everywhere in the last 8 years, and he has put together for us this morning a piece of some of the moments which he remembers and which the country surely remembers as well.
There were 1,000 pictures, 1,000 images at home and abroad that stick in the mind. Jack and Nell's son from Tampico, Illinois, turned Hollywood actor, turned president, knew how to carry himself, and us with him. And often the things that endeared him to people, made him a likable, regular guy, had nothing to do with majesty and power. For instance, there was Reagan the Klutz. Watch this.
Pardon me. I'm sorry. I would pick one in uniform. He can lick me.
That ability to laugh at himself was marvelous. Are you nervous about being upstaged by Gorbachev? He was asked before the Washington summit.
I don't resent his popularity or anything else. And good Lord, I co-starred with Errol Flynn once.
He wasn't afraid to clown a bit at Checkpoint Charlie between East and West Berlin. Don't step over the line. But of course. And when a sore larynx prevented him from speaking during one of his hospitalizations, he could conduct a news conference in pantomime.
How you feeling? When you going home?
Of course, he didn't always get things right. Who is this visiting head of state?
Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Moe.
No, not Chairman Moe. Samuel K. Doe, president of Liberia. And then there was the day he mangled his own trademark line.
And sometime when the team is up against it and the brakes are beating the boys, tell them to go out there with all they've got and win just one for the Gibbet.
Gibbet. Oy vey. But he didn't always blow his lines. In fact, his one-liners often worked. In the fall of 1984, running against Walter Mondale.
What about Mondale's charges?
And when a reporter tried to pin him at a press conference and utterly failed.
Mr. President, in talking about the continuing recession tonight, you have blamed mistakes of the past, and you have blamed the Congress. Does any of the blame belong to you?
Yes, because for many years I was a Democrat.
But the Reagan image that will stick the longest is that of the great communicator who stirred and moved and lifted a nation. Can anyone forget the day the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded?
The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger honored us for the manner in which they lived their lives. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them, this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye, and slipped the surly bonds of Earth to touch the face of God.
Ronald Reagan was the voice of the nation, and to many has become a symbol of the country. People will argue for years about Reagan's policies, whether they were right or wrong, and people will decide, and history will decide ultimately. But I think the Ronald Reagan we've just seen, the man of wit, the man of charm, the man who could uplift the nation, is someone that political friends and political foes will remember fondly.
Sam, I think a lot of people are going to want to have that video clip for their home library. Go back to a couple of things about it for us. The Mondale exchange wasn't altogether clear. Tell us again what was said.
Well, in the Rose Garden in the fall of '84, as the president was leaving, a reporter shouted out, "What about Mondale's charges?" Well, said Reagan, he ought to pay them.
And the other thing that caught my eye was the turkey. Somebody told me, maybe it was you, that of all the things the president did in public, the one thing he hated was Turkey Day.
Well, he came out and the turkey always tried to beat him to death. I mean, the turkey would get loose, and as you saw there, the wings would flap, and the president couldn't run away, and he had to stand there and wonder whether he was going to have his arms broken. Wouldn't you hate it?
Have you ever had a chance to talk to George Bush about the value of the actor in the office? The president has been so successful with it.
Well, George Bush is not an actor by profession, as Ronald Reagan was. And he has often said that he is not going to, because he cannot, emulate Ronald Reagan's demeanor. He's a different man. He's his own man. But I think Bush understands, and I think he's displayed this in the last couple of months at least, that he's got to have a presence. And that presence is picked up on television. And so far, so good, as far as I'm concerned, for George Bush.
Let's put that in a kind of historical context. One of the other people joining us throughout the day is the presidential historian Henry Graff from Columbia University in New York. Professor Graff, thank you very much, first of all, for coming down to Washington and joining us today. What do you think about this, the factor of the actor in the presidency today? Well, Professor Graff, if you just hang on 1/2 second, I apologize. We have a slight problem communicating back from you as we did with George Will. Let's just try it again. Do you mind? It doesn't quite work. I'll tell you what. We'll be right back after this message from your local station, and we'll get things fixed in the meantime.
The news coverage of Inauguration 89 continues. Once again, Peter Jennings.
There is part of the parade route from the Capitol down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House today, and as Carol Simpson told us a little while ago, people have begun to gather. She says there's a bit of a nip in the air now. The weather forecast, actually, is for it to get colder later in the day with the winds picking up, and you can see from the flags there that it's already begun to pick up a little. David Brinkley was observing just a moment ago that everything outside the building works just fine. Our only problem so far had been inside the building, but we have established communications now with Professor Henry Graff, the presidential historian from Columbia University. And Professor Graff, I was asking you about the actor factor in the modern presidency.
All presidents of the United States have to be actors, and the great ones have been great actors, from George Washington through Lincoln, through Theodore Roosevelt, on down into the present. And Mr. Bush may say he's not going to be an actor, but like all presidents, he will play so many roles, he will play them simultaneously, that if he isn't a good actor, he will not be a good president.
Of course, it's magnified 1,000 times by the television factor.
Of course. The president is on camera all the time. He comes into the living room. He's everybody's friend. He will be known as well as any member of the family. And if he doesn't glory in it and thereby do it superbly well, he's going to be a disaster.
Professor Graff, as we take a look now at the west side of the Capitol, which I'd like to do, perhaps you'd like to continue on for just a moment about Inauguration Day in general and what it represents as far as you're concerned in terms of the history.
Inauguration Day is the great rite of renewal of our republic. And one of its glories is that all the presidents have left on time. Watching Sam Donaldson and the Reagans and the Bushes in such warm embrace, I'm reminded of the fact that not all our presidents have left so willingly. And not all of the occasions like this have been so happy. Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower were barely speaking on the ride to Capitol Hill, and Herbert Hoover and Franklin Roosevelt had very bad blood. It may interest you to know that in 1869, as General Grant was being inaugurated, his predecessor, very angry, that was Andrew Johnson, simply held a cabinet meeting. But we are unique among the peoples of the world, and it ought to bring pride to every American that they do leave on time.
Well, Professor Graff, it's nice to have you with us today. David, you were remarking on the actor factor.
I would like to agree with the president, with the professor on the fact that all presidents have to be actors. Look at this. Let's say Tuesday morning your assignment calls you to go to a lunch, eat chicken and peas, which you don't like, shake a lot of hands, you don't quite know who the people are or why you're there, but you have to pretend to enjoy it. You have to be nice, you have to say nice things, and watch the clock and hope you can get out soon. That's acting, and they have to do it.
While we're watching people gather on the west side of the Capitol, I want to involve you and Britt and Sam in a thesis which I'll advance, which is George Bush is not going to have any communications difficulties following Ronald Reagan. There's the sort of conventional wisdom there that says Reagan is so powerful as a communicator that George Bush is going to look pallid by comparison. Sam, let me start with you. I'll argue that that's not the case. Would you disagree?
No, I agree with you, Peter. I think Ronald Reagan has his own style. Yes, he was an actor, and he was a great presenter, as we saw in the video a while ago, whether he was doing one-liners or whether he was reading a script. He wasn't very good when he handled news conferences, though, because that wasn't scripted. But Bush has a certain presence, and Bush has a thought process. You see the mind working. You may not agree with him, and sometimes the syntax is mangled, but then which one of us ever completes the sentence like Winston Churchill? I think Bush is going to be pretty good on television. I predicted last spring that in the fall, television would treat him much kinder. I'm not talking about reporters. I'm talking about the camera would treat Bush much kinder than it would Dukakis, who had a television experience, and I think I was right in that.
It's interesting you mentioned the news conferences, because what caught my eye, Britt Hume, let me turn this in your direction, was looking at some old video of John F. Kennedy's news conferences. He wasn't as good as a speaker as Ronald Reagan was, but he sure could handle the press.
Well, I think that, Peter, if there's an analogy, it may be between Kennedy and Bush in terms of the news conference. We've seen some rather dazzling performances by George Bush in these news conferences he's had during the transition period while he's been announcing these cabinet appointments. He's been very comfortable, very easy with the members of the media. He seemed to fear no questions, and he's been comfortable and even humorous at times. And that may be the strength that he has and the vehicle that he is better able to use than President Reagan was. But I might add this.
remember the speech that he gave in New Orleans. It was a pretty good job. It was not up to perhaps the standards that Ronald Reagan could match, but it was an effective bit of oratory. It took some preparation, it took some writing, and I think one of the things we'll be looking for today, Peter, is to find out whether or not he can match that standard with the speech he gives here today, which I suspect will have a very different tone.
But I want to come back to Sam for a second, Sam, because there are a couple of things, at least for my own personal taste, missing from your clip. When the president went to see the relatives of the Mideast peacekeeping soldiers who had been killed, when he went to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, when he went to the memorial service for the Challenger astronauts and said nothing but just hugged people, that's an enormous amount of communicative power, I thought.
Absolutely. As David Brinkley recalls, before his interview with President Reagan in December, I did a report in which I included some of that there. And you saw that Ronald Reagan, by his mere presence, could sort of ease the grief that these families felt. And there was a touching scene in Houston after the Challenger when a young girl, one of the daughters of one of the astronauts who had died, came up to the president and put her head on his shoulder. You remember that?
Yes.
Well, he led the nation. No doubt about it. George Bush will have to do it in his own way. But I sort of agree with Brett that Bush has shown that he's very comfortable. And as far as wit goes, I remember one of his transition news conferences and when a reporter started to ask the question, Mr. Vice President, do you think, and before the reporter could grope for the rest of his question, Bush shot back, not as much as I should. That was funny.
David, sum this up for us, will you?
Well, Bush does keep up with the details of governmental activities to a greater degree than Mr. Reagan has, and therefore is more comfortable answering questions because he's not terrified of being asked one he can't answer.
Do you think
he knows the answer?
And do you think at this early stage he's going to be able to communicate as readily as President Reagan did?
And I don't think he will be as good a performer on television as Mr. Reagan has been. I don't know any president who has. Kennedy was very good, but he wasn't as good as Reagan. Reagan reads a speech, a prompter, a carefully written speech, better than any president I've ever seen. I don't believe Bush will be able to do it that well, but he'll be able to do it well enough. He does it well. In New Orleans, he had a good speech, and a good speech writer, which is also quite important.
All right, well, something else to talk about today. We'll be back to discuss that and more. Hope you'll stay with us. It's 5 minutes to 11 Eastern Time. The inauguration in an hour.
ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues after these messages and a word from our local stations.
There is the familiar door of the White House, through which Mr. Bush and the Reagans and Senator, soon to be Vice President Quayle, went just a short while ago. We are now waiting for them to come out and go to the Capitol together. This overall inaugural ceremony will last about an hour and a bit, and they will leave from the White House quite soon. David, they've done all sorts of things. Professor Graff was mentioning the animosity between at transition in the past. There's none of that here.
No, because, you know, they've been together for 8 years. They're old friends. The deepest animosity I recall was Truman and Eisenhower. Eisenhower, running for president, said if elected he would go to Korea, meaning he would try to end the war, which is highly unpopular. After the election, Truman sent him I think a telegram saying, if you still want to go to Korea, we will arrange you with airplanes and so on. That infuriated Eisenhower because it was suggesting that it was an empty campaign gambit and not an honest promise. He did go to Korea, but he hated Truman for saying that.
Let's pause in our conversation for a moment and listen to the congressional chorus on Capitol Hill as we watch that was a brief burst of the congressional chorus on the west front of Capitol Hill, made up of people who work on Capitol Hill, no elected politicians to the best of my knowledge, but legislative aides and people who work in various committee staffs up there. There's a whole extra social life for people.
You have to be able to sing.
It helps. congressional chorus on Capitol Hill, and as we wait for Mr. Bush and Mr. Reagan and their families and Mr. Quayle to leave the White House, let's bring in another voice from both the present and the past. ABC's chief foreign correspondent, Pierre Salinger, who many Americans already know was at one time the press secretary to President John F. Kennedy. Pierre, talk a little bit, if you will, about the past as we watch goings on here. Pierre's in London today, about what it's like in the White House at a moment like this.
Well, Peter, obviously today brings back many memories of 28 years ago, the day of the inauguration of John Kennedy. And I think a couple of things that have been said so far this morning are very important. First of all, the transition period is extremely important. You elect a president, but then people say, I mean, what kind of a president is he going to be? And you start to judge him during this period between the time he's elected and the time he becomes president. That has been a very, very major asset for George Bush, apparently not only in the United States, but here abroad. Here abroad, people are taking a new look at George Bush since the election after a very negative look during the campaign of 1988.
Speaking
the other thing
sorry.
Yes.
No, I apologize. Go ahead.
Well, the other thing I think that's interesting was the discussion about communications. I agree that Ronald Reagan is probably the greatest communicator that's ever been president, but certainly the best press conference president was John Kennedy, and he had an easy way that he did it. And I agree with Britt Hume saying that we're beginning to see a parallel between the way George Bush is handling the press and the way that John Kennedy did. And one thing more that George Bush has already said that John Kennedy wanted to do but never got away with was to have a private life while he was president, go out to dinner, go out and see his friends, go out to restaurants. Kennedy wanted to do that too, but got very fastly cut off by the press and said he couldn't do it. So we'll see if George Bush can get away with it.
I'm not sure. Can we talk to Sam Donaldson at the moment? Because, Pierre, I want to go to Sam with a follow-up on there. You talk about President Kennedy and Vice President Bush being adroit with the press. I think the press appreciates that, but Sam, all this hollering that went on between you and President Reagan and others worked for you to some extent, but also worked to the president's advantage in many cases, didn't it? And well, there you involved the public more, Sam.
Well, you know, I covered Jimmy Carter for 4 years, and I never yelled at Jimmy Carter. Why? Because Jimmy Carter came close, and he answered questions when he chose to. When he didn't, he didn't. Ronald Reagan didn't come close, and Peter, reporters had two choices: to remain quiet and silent like good little boys and girls and not try to question the President of the United States, which I think is our job, or to raise your voice. Now, I predict that you're not going to have to shout at George Bush, because he's already promised, and so far in the transition has demonstrated, that he's willing to have more frequent access with reporters.
Sam?
And he's willing to talk to them. Here comes President Reagan, of course, and President-elect Bush now, having finished their coffee in the Blue Room inside. President-elect Quayle, or rather Vice President-elect Quayle, they're leaving for the Capitol.
And there, of course, you hear some reporter shouting at President Reagan.
Well, you see, the alternative, again, is to not to try to get the news. Now, if Mr. Reagan had never answered, I think we'd have stopped shouting. But he did answer, and we often got important stories from him because we asked him questions. The congressional delegation has already gotten in the cars. There is Mrs. Reagan, Mrs. Bush. There's a long motorcade lined up here on the north driveway.
And there is, in all of those cars, of course, the congressional escort for the Quayles. Each individual person, as we'll see when they get to Capitol Hill, Mrs. Quayle, Vice President-elect Quayle, both Bushes have their congressional escorts who will be with them throughout this ride. But even, David, the ride of the two presidents has its own tradition, doesn't it? One sits on the right going and one sits on the right coming back.
Yeah, they do that. The fact here is that the dignitaries in these cars are the guests of Congress. The Congress puts on the inaugural, builds the platform, serves the lunch, does all of that. So they are guests of the U.S. Congress, and the Congress has sent up cars and sent up escorts to bring them up to be sworn in. It mattered more when they were still able to use convertibles. Now you can't really see who's sitting on which side because the cars are all closed.
This is, of course, a new car that President Bush is going to use. It cost, I think, about $600,000. And one of the things it does have in it is better windows, so that hopefully there'll be a better opportunity to see the president. We'll talk about the car at length. But you know, when I asked one of the Bush transition team some days ago, why not use a convertible this time? It was a fairly obvious question, I guess. He said, we don't have any more convertibles because the Secret Service is delighted to get rid of them. There's never an option now for a president to ride in an open car.
I doubt you'll ever see a president in a convertible again, for the reason it need not even be discussed. It's too vulnerable. They're going to have lights inside the car, so when the president rides by, you can see him.
We mentioned a little earlier that there are a couple of hundred members of the Bush and the Bush-Walker family here for the inauguration on Capitol Hill. Britt Hume is with one of the closer relatives. Britt?
I'm standing with George Bush's son, George, and we're watching on television as the limousine heads up here. You saw your dad earlier today and spent some time with him. Can you describe his spirits?
Well, Britt, he's remarkably calm. He's a man who's in about an hour is going to be the president of our country. Didn't seem the least bit nervous. Saw him at breakfast in his pajamas, same pajamas he wore about 2 years ago, I think. 40, and maybe about another 1,000 who are claiming their family members. It's amazing what a victory will do in politics.
It seems hard to enlarge that group. People here on the Hill, whom I've been talking to about the inaugural ceremonies past, say that no one has ever had a contingent of family this large, and I understand that down at Blair House yesterday, it was quite a scene. Can you describe it?
Well, it was. We've got 24 of us staying there, 22 of us staying there, and it's, you know, the Blair House has got kind of a formal setting to it, and wonderful people carrying trays full of drinks and stuff, and these boys were totally surrounded by 10 screaming grandkids that that I think brought the whole scene down to earth.
Now, I'm told there were toys all over the floor.
Toys, tractors out in the patio, people riding little three-wheelers, and kids screaming and mothers hollering, but all in all, it was a great time.
And in the middle of it all, I'm told your mother was engaged in a game of Simon Says with her grandchildren. Is that true?
And she lost.
She lost.
She lost.
All right, gentlemen, there you have it, the scene at Blair House yesterday with the Bush Army.
Hottest news of the day, Britt. Thanks very much. And we will go with that official count. 240 Bush relatives here, according to George Bush Jr., 22 of whom stayed at Blair House. Most of the others stayed at a small hotel here in Washington, and they are having a whale of a time traveling around town in a couple of buses. Back up on the Hill, Jeff Greenfield.
Yes, I wanted to just add one point about the relative communication skills of Bush and Reagan. You remember in Reagan's farewell, he said, well, I wasn't a great communicator, but I communicated great things. We ought never to forget in our process-oriented coverage that Ronald Reagan came to the presidency with a relatively coherent ideology, one of the more ideological presidents we've ever had. George Bush, by his own admission, is much more a fellow who is a hands-on, less ideological president. I always thought one of Ronald Reagan's great supports was in times of crisis, he had an army of true believers who had wanted him to be president for 20 years because of what he would do. My biggest doubt, if that's what I can call it at this celebration, about George Bush is, since he has never defined clearly and firmly an agenda, when he gets into political difficulty, will he have that core of support in the country that enables him to override tough political times? And I think that's a very big question left open about the Bush administration.
Jeff, I'd also like, again, one more comment as we watch this this procession from Pierre Salinger. Pierre, 8 years ago, I was sitting in the chair you now occupy, and I remember Europeans belittling Ronald Reagan like nobody's business. And now they watch him hand over power here today with enormous affection, don't they?
That's absolutely true, Peter. 8 years ago, when he became president, he had come out of an election where the Europeans thought it was a joke in the United States. I mean, the Americans must have been crazy, they thought, to elect an actor president of the United States. But his policies and the way he conducted the presidency and his communications efforts gradually grew up here in Europe and brought him great strength. And as a matter of fact, when he ran for re-election the first time, a poll in France showed, a country which did not like him at all, that if he'd run there, he would have won by a wider margin than he had in the United States, which showed that he had really achieved a big success in the European community. Now, he did lose some things with the Iran Gate. He lost a lot with the Reykjavik summit because the Europeans were more concerned about that than Iran Gate, that he went so far in trying to make a deal with Mikhail Gorbachev without at all consulting his European allies. But I would say that today he leaves the presidency seen as the most popular president of the 20th century, a man who imposed a lot on the United States and on the rest of the world. And I think that his image changed in those 8 years, as you said.
And, Pierre, I don't know if you saw the results of our own poll last night, but it finds that President Reagan leaves office with the highest popularity rating in the country as a whole since Franklin Roosevelt. And George Bush comes to office, David Brinkley, with the highest popularity rating he's ever had. I suppose that's not unnatural at this moment.
Well, it's the beginning of an administration, a country, and for the most part, there are exceptions, for the most part, is prosperous. There's no war, there's no threat of war. In fact, there's a possibility of peace, and people generally feel pretty good. And when the president is in office at a time of general public happiness, they attribute some of it to him.
That was a glimpse of the National Gallery, which tells us this motorcade is about 2/3 of its way towards Capitol Hill. And as we watch, let's listen again, or actually listen for the first time in this case, to our bureau chief in Moscow, Walter Rogers. Walt, give us a quick impression about how the Soviets feel about the transition.
Peter, the most interesting thing was just on Soviet television a few minutes ago. The Soviets admitted that they have badly misjudged Ronald Reagan. They prefer to ignore his first term in office. They like his second term. But I find it fascinating that after calling him originally a Philistine and a mental midget, they now say they've misjudged him. They like him.
Clearly that, Walt, has something to do with the fact that Ronald Reagan gives the appearance of having changed himself so much towards the Soviets.
That's true, Peter, but remember, the Soviets have changed. During Mr. Reagan's first term in office, he had to deal with sick men, Brezhnev, Andropov, Chernyenko, and the Soviets weren't capable of conducting this kind of flexible foreign policy that they are under Mr. Gorbachev. In Mr. Reagan's second term, he got very lucky. He dealt with a Gorbachev.
Now, Walt, the Soviet press is just so much more open than it was 8 years ago. We're, by the way, for your information, watching the presidential motorcade arrive at the moment on the north side of Capitol Hill itself and make its way through that security maze there. One of the things you're not going to see today is a military review on the east side of the Capitol there because the military can't make its way through that security there. But there's the presidential motorcade. Very briefly, Walt, as we watch the president go in, what do they expect from George Bush, or anything so far?
They expect continuity, Peter. They want to build on the arms control progress that was made in Mr. Reagan's first administration. They very much want agreements on a 50% reduction in strategic nuclear weapons, an agreement on chemical weapons, and reductions in conventional weapons. Peter?
Well, thanks very much. We'll come back to you. I want to go to Sheila Cast, who's standing right there outside the Law Library door on the east side of the Capitol. Sheila?
Yes, Peter, the motorcade has just pulled up. We can see President-elect Bush sitting in the back seat smiling. As everyone has reported this morning, he looks very relaxed. As you noted a little while ago, this side of the Capitol used to be the center stage. Now it's kind of turned into the green room. That's Wendell Ford, the chairman, Senator Ford of Kentucky, the chairman of the Congressional Inaugural Committee. President Reagan getting out on the other side with Jim Wright, the Speaker of the House. They will now go into a holding room for a few minutes.
Any words for us today? President Bush?
That's Jim Wright, the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Apropos of the conversation earlier about shouting, there is a pool correspondent there who was shouting to President Reagan and did not get much of a response.
President Reagan, any last thoughts for us today? Any last thoughts today? President-elect Bush, any last thoughts for us?
You know, President Reagan's a bit hard of hearing, David, as I think everybody knows, but I often wonder on occasions like that when he gives you that broad smile, convinced he's heard everything clearly and just decides to respond or not respond.
Well, what can you say to a question like that at a time like this? Nothing.
Quite agree.
Did you have any words of advice for Mr. Bush?
Wendell Ford, Kentucky, is chairman of the Rules Committee, which is in charge of business about the Senate side of the Capitol, down to and including parking spaces, which may be his greatest source of power.
They're all going to make their way in now to a room simply called EF 100. You caught me. And They're going to stay in a fairly nondescript room. EF stands simply for the east front of the Capitol. There's a bathroom there. There are a couple of old prints of Washington. And this is the holding room while other members of the government, the Supreme Court, the diplomatic corps, the church get themselves organized officially and formally on the west side of the Capitol. We're about 45 minutes away from that magic moment of noon when power passes from Ronald Reagan to George Bush, and we'll be back in just a moment.
ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues after this message.
The west side of the Capitol.
Isn't that beautiful? Like a postcard. In fact, it is a postcard.
No other building in the nation so linked with the nation. Out of so many comes one. And there, by the way, a semblance of this George to George, this bicentennial of the inauguration. If you look at the flags up there on the west side of the Capitol, there was a sort of evolutionary process from the flag that appeared 200 years ago, and there down below those flags you can see that red bunting under which the president will come. That's sort of a recollection of what it was like in New York City 200 years ago as George Washington's inauguration took place. Flags across the Capitol are, just take a quick look at them again, from 1776, 1877.
13 stars.
That's right. 1877. And here is sort of how the flag has changed over time. Quite astonishing.
I don't remember ever seeing that one.
Interesting to hear the U.S. Marine Band playing Dixie in the background.
I think we had 48 states, have had 48 states longer than we have had any other number. Now, of course, 50. That's in the middle. It's pretty. You know, Britt Hume was talking a while ago, Peter, about the great crowd of Bush relatives and friends who have come here today, and sort of wondered how he managed to keep in touch with so many people. The answer is that George Bush is a note writer. Whenever he has nothing else to do, he sits down, writes notes to his friends, and such things as a new grandchild and so on. He's famous for that, does it all the time, and people like it. Maintains friendships with people he can't see very often.
Colonel John Bourgeois, the present director of the Marine Band, the President's own. It played at Thomas Jefferson's inauguration in 1801, and there it is again today. Let's listen. It was Thomas Jefferson who gave the band the title, the President's Own.
There are those who think this should be our national anthem.
Yes. The United States Marine Band played for every president except George Washington. We'll be back in just a minute.
ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues after these messages and a word from our local stations. ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues. Once again, here's Peter Jennings.
The nation's capital, of course, is much more than a city of symbols and monuments, and it's a troubled city in many ways, but today it's a city of symbols and monuments. David, you were telling them a wonderful story about the Jefferson Memorial the other day.
Jefferson Memorial. John Kennedy was president. He was sitting upstairs in the White House, looking out over this gorgeous vista with his military aide, and this was at night. And he said to him, why is the Jefferson Memorial not lighted at night? The Lincoln Memorial is, the Washington Monument is, the Capitol is, and nobody knew. They went downstairs, got a limo and a driver, went to the Jefferson Memorial and asked. Nobody knew. He called the Interior Department, Park Service, and ordered them to light it, and the next night they did. It's been lit ever since.
Must have scared the you-know-what out of the guard.
It did. Suddenly out of the darkness, here comes the President of the U.S. asking why there are no lights.
And of course, if you come to this Capitol, you will see that it is lit at night. Everything you see today, with one exception, has to do with really evolving tradition. Senator Dole, George Bush's opponent on the primary and caucus campaign earlier, and
Alan
behind
Cranston
him,
on his right.
Alan Cranston, Senator from California, Senator Hollings from South Carolina. Who's on the right, David?
No. That's
Howard Metzenbaum on the right,
Ohio.
from Ohio. Paul Simon from Illinois, senator who ran very briefly for president, and in front, one of the new senators, Senator Chuck Robb from Virginia. My right, yes.
Just
right.
elected, right?
Yes. Jerry Falwell. Among the more than 100,000 people who've gathered up on Capitol Hill this morning, many of an official nature. From Tennessee, Senator Albert Gore, with either a wind-swept look we haven't seen on him before. A man who ran on Super Tuesday and thought that he could turn that into victory and failed, Senator Byrd. Sorry.
Bob Byrd, West Virginia. Fiddle player.
He and George Bush will have that love of country music in common.
Yeah, he's a country music fiddler, and he plays at country music events around his state of West Virginia.
Britt Hume up on the hill, give us a sense of the mood.
I was just noticing up here that, first of all, it's starting to get cold up here. It's gotten overcast and the wind has picked up. There are some people here who are just in jackets with no coats, and they're going to regret that. This place is fascinating up here, Peter, because it's a study in contrast. A lot of women in fur coats, a lot of people simply wearing raincoats, and there are two men standing side by side in this crowd up here. One of them is wearing a black Chesterfield coat and a black Homburg. And the man immediately to his right is wearing a raincoat, and the man immediately to his right is wearing a raincoat and a safari hat with one of those famous bands that marks a safari hat. A study in contrast.
Thank you. But I also want to acknowledge that I owe you money. I'm aware of that. It's an inside joke, I grant you, but we discovered yesterday that it's only on such occasions like this do commentators use the phrase making their way in referring to people going from one place to another. I don't know why we do it. We promised we wouldn't say it, and I've said it.
Well, you said to everybody that we've been talking to this morning, please don't say making his way. Say he walked.
No, it was Britt Hume who said it. That's why I lost money to Britt.
All right.
Britt was mentioning a man in a black Homburg, and we were talking about pictures a little while ago, too. Tell us about the wonderful
I don't have the picture. I wish I did. We saw George Bush a while ago fly fishing and wearing a sort of raunchy fishing clothes that looked as if they'd actually been used, not quite clean and so on. There's a famous picture of Herbert Hoover fishing in the Rapidan River in Virginia, fly fishing, standing in water up to his knees, wearing waders, and wearing a black suit, a white shirt, a black necktie, and a black Homburg hat, standing in a stream fishing.
Somebody at your command is clearly scurrying around the building now trying to find that picture. As we go back and look at the west side of the Capitol, it's really Jack Kemp, another opponent of George Bush's, who's going to go in, as the sign says, to be the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. And I can't tell you much at this point about the clothing, except this. Mrs. Bush, as you can all plainly see, is wearing what's described to us as turquoise. Not quite sure if you really think that is turquoise, but her outfit was designed by Bill Blass. Mrs. Quayle's outfit, David, if I've got this correct, have all been designed by students, I believe, of the Design Institute, which has, I think, a number of branches, certainly one on the West Coast and a representation here. Mrs. Bush made this wonderful presentation of herself at one of these events yesterday, in which she said to a large crowd, and it was seen widely on television, "Take a look at me in my designer clothes and the makeup and everything. Look at me very closely all week," as of course we're going to do, because it may be the last time you'll see me. She wishes, apparently, to make a virtue out of, what's the word? Plainness. She's not a plain woman. Simplicity. Simplicity. Everything about this inauguration, as we said, is tradition except for the oath. The only thing the Constitution requires is the oath. Everything else, you were talking about President Hoover looking at the cars go up. President Harding was the first to travel up to Capitol Hill in a car.
A Packard. Either a Packard or a Pierce Arrow. The record shows both. I don't know which is right. Maybe neither. That's the red bunting we've been talking about, Peter, which is put up as a sort of tribute to the first inaugural at Federal Hall in New York City in 1789. That is the identical bunting to that over the little balcony where George Washington took the oath of office in a famous engraving that we've all seen 1,000 times. It's black and white, but the bunting was what you see here.
A lot of differences, too. Of course, Martha Washington did not attend her husband's inauguration. She stayed home in Mount Vernon.
When you consider the distance in a mode of travel, you couldn't blame her.
Well, figure it out again for us. We were doing that yesterday.
Well, let's see. From Washington to Mount Vernon is roughly 10 miles, 12 maybe. From Washington to New York today, I don't know about the roads then, is 225. And all of that on muddy roads and bumpy traveling in a horse-drawn carriage. I think it took him 8 days to get there. And she didn't want to do it. You can't blame her, can you?
Not at all. It's one of the reasons the inauguration in those days was held in March. It was because of the difficulty of travel and the time that it was felt needed for people to make their way, whether to sit in the Congress or for the president to get himself organized. There was even much debate on how to conduct the first inauguration. What should George Washington be called?
Some wanted to call him Your Highness, Your Majesty, that kind of thing.
The President and Protector of the United States?
And His Elective Majesty, somebody suggested. That would have been the most cumbersome title in the Western world. They settled on Mr. President, period, and that's it.
You were talking earlier today about George Washington's attitude towards the first one. The Pennsylvania senator of the day, William McClay, I think, described George Washington then as being agitated and embarrassed more than he ever was by the leveled cannon or the pointed musket. He trembled apparently at several times and on some occasions could hardly read.
Well, he also said what has not been said since and no doubt will never be said again, that he was unfit for the office, he was unqualified, he wasn't good enough for it. That's Lois Powell, a former Supreme Court Justice, now retired, being applauded here.
George Washington was sworn in by just a New York State judge.
Livingston.
George Bush.
Well, the Supreme Court didn't exist then.
George Bush will be sworn in by the Chief Justice, William Rehnquist.
The Judiciary Act of 1789 set up the Supreme Court, and it called them judges only. That's all it called them. The title of Associate Justice, Chief Justice of the United States, which was introduced by Earl Warren. Prior to that, it was Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, have all come later. I think they think those are more resounding titles than judge.
I keep taking a look at the herald trumpeters up on the balcony there. I think we're about to hear them for the first time.
A little borrowing from European royalty, pageantry.
Barbara Bush, married to a president, related to one. Her father, Marvin Pierce, was a descendant of Franklin Pierce, the 14th president. George Bush's mother. It is not a very glamorous route they take from that holding room on the east side of the Capitol through the crypt, which is directly under the dome, filled of Capitol memorabilia. There's the Sergeant at Arms of the Senate, who leads them on. They go down a flight of stairs, nondescript flight of stairs, and out through a revolving door. And then when they go back, because it is on the east front of the Capitol where Ronald Reagan will say his goodbyes to Washington and to George Bush, they'll go back through the rotunda, that glorious repository of so many things in history.
Very few would ever walk this route unless on his way to become president, because there's no other reason to go there. It leads to a balcony outdoors, which ordinarily is hardly ever used. The parking lot and so on are on the other side of the Capitol. The subway to the Senate office buildings, to the House office building, parking garages, all of the essential factors of legislative life are on the east side.
It was Professor Graff who said earlier that presidents leave on time. When President Reagan leaves the east front of the Capitol today, he will be on his way to retirement in California. And there is the helicopter with which we've all become so familiar, waiting there outside the east front. The president will make, I guess we'd call it a victory lap, David, in a sense. He'll do one tour over the ellipse for one last look down. Of course, it won't be his last, but his symbolic last tour over this Capitol, in which he has held sway for 8 years.
It's one of the helicopters that for 8 years took him to Camp David on the weekend. Marine Corps.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and Mrs. Reagan.
Ruffles and flourishes, and hail to the chief, another part of our tradition. It was Julia Tyler, the wife of John Tyler, the 10th president of the U.S., who first gave instructions for Hail to the Chief to be played whenever her husband made an official appearance. And we all know how firmly fixed it is in the tradition of the land now. An old Scottish air.
Most presidents in private have said they get tired of hearing it, because every time they walk through a door, somebody plays it.
And it isn't, there are words to it, I think, from Sir Walter Scott, which hail the chief comes triumphant.
Would you care to sing them, Peter? I don't know the words. I didn't know the words. I don't know, never heard of them.
You could feel the warmth there for the president in that applause.
Well, people like him.
We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. They're running a little behind time up there. I don't know how they're going to figure that out, because Mr. Bush has got to be sworn in at noon, 21 minutes from now. We'll be right back.
ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues after this message.
There is Vice President-elect Quayle. I don't even know when he stopped being Senator Quayle, David. You? Now, already, I guess?
He has to resign from the office, and exactly when he did it, I assume he has done it. He has to resign. Yes.
I missed it. I know there's a new senator from Indiana, and I apologize, I don't know his name either. Senator Quayle has had a very busy transition time. Mrs. Quayle, of course. Strong, determined woman.
She's a lawyer.
A lawyer who gave up her legal practice to devote her time to her husband and her children. Very active in the lives of her children.
Excuse me, go ahead.
No, I was just going to... No, you
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States.
Settled. She may want a job in Washington. Some sort of, not government, some sort of private work.
Case for the Vice President-elect.
Dan Quayle has got a new shirt on.
I hope so.
A new.
Mr. Quayle, let's call him Mr. Quayle for the moment, has had a very busy transition, consulting all sorts of people on the role of the Vice President. As best we can tell, and it's hard to tell, so it's sometimes hard to look behind the curtain. In this city, as we all know, has been doing a lot of homework, consulted people like former Vice President Mondale, former President Nixon, and has said in recent days that he wants his own vice presidency to be modeled on the relationship that George Bush had with Ronald Reagan. That's one proud woman, isn't it?
No, she is. Actually, a briefing on the duties of the vice president would take about 15 seconds. His only duty is to preside over the Senate, which they usually don't do anyway. Beyond that, whatever the president wants him to do, asks him to do, that's all.
Britt Hume is going to move from the Senate to the White House for us, as we've already said. Britt, what's the early read on Quayle from your perspective?
Well, I've talked to Senator Quayle, Vice President-elect Quayle, about what kind of role he would like to play, Peter, and he told me that this idea, there you see the Vice President about to come out, he said that he was urged by Howard Baker to play a big role on the Hill. And then he sat down with former Vice President Mondale, who said that was a terrible idea. And I think he was more inclined to believe Mondale because, after all, Mondale had been vice president, and it more or less set the tone for the activist vice presidencies that we have seen since.
There is still some confusion, Britt, isn't there, as to the precise motivation on George Bush's behalf in choosing Senator Quayle?
I think there's some sense that it was done for the rawest kind of political reasons, and now, though, I think that you will see exhibited by President Bush a strong sense of loyalty toward Quayle. He feels quite protective toward him, and I think he'll do everything he can to try to allow this man to rehabilitate himself politically. Quayle does have one advantage, as surely Vice President to-be Bush knows, and that is, for better or for worse, Dan Quayle is a huge celebrity.
So Britt, from your point of view so far of covering about-to-be President Bush, how does he want to use Dan Quayle?
Well, I'm not sure that he's too clear about that yet. He has spoken vaguely about important missions. I don't think he knows what they are yet, but I think he is very determined to see that Quayle is able to undertake tasks where he'll have an opportunity to show that he is, after all, an intelligent man, and not someone who simply has no idea about the affairs of state, which is what some people came away from the campaign feeling that he indeed is.
Thanks,
the first funeral, and it usually is a vice presidential trip, first funeral will be the Emperor of Japan, and President Bush will be going to the United States.
Yeah, that's a big one, so I suspect that while Vice President Quayle may be there, he won't be the main player.
The Vice President of the United States.
I've seen them close up before.
Another small piece of tradition, saying hello to his mother. Very gritty lady, Mrs. Bush, not in the absolute pink of health.
Nevertheless, George Bush looks like her.
Yeah, very much so. And again, that gentleman you keep seeing back and forth with the Bush and everybody else is the Sergeant at Arms. And there you see it. George Bush is not going to have this. If we could take one more look at that. Poor George Bush this morning is not going to have a chance to see this wonderful vista, because smack in front of him is the biggest darn platform with television cameras on it.
Television, reporters, so on.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, and my fellow Americans, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, welcome to the bicentennial presidential inauguration.
Senator Ford.
It's now my pleasure to present for the invocation the Reverend Billy Graham. Will everyone please rise?
Wendell Ford, Kentucky, chairman of the Rules Committee, which is in charge of events like this.
Shall we pray? Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. We recognize on this historic occasion that we are a nation under God. This faith in God is our foundation and our heritage. Thou hast warned us in the Holy Scriptures, if the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? We confess that we're in danger of destroying some of those foundations. For at times our faith in thee has faltered, and we've chosen to go our own way rather than the way that thou wouldst have us go, both as individuals and as a nation. Forgive us, we pray, as we turn to thee in repentance and faith. Restore us to thyself and create within us a desire to follow thy will for all our lives. As George Washington reminded us in his farewell address, morality and faith are the pillars of our society. May we never forget that. The scripture also says, promotion comes not from the east nor from the west, but from thee. We acknowledge thy divine help in the selection of our leadership each 4 years. We recognize, O Lord, that in thy sovereignty, thou hast permitted Ronald Reagan to lead us for the past 8 years. We pray that as he and his wife, Nancy, leave the White House and go to the West Coast, that thou wouldst give them many more years of health and happiness. And now we come to a new era in our history. In thy sovereignty, thou hast permitted George Bush to lead us at this momentous hour of our history for the next 4 years. As he today places his hand upon the Bible and solemnly swears before thee to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, give him the wisdom, integrity, and courage to help this become a nation that is gentle and kind. Protect him from physical danger, and in the lonely moments of decision, grant him thy wisdom to know what is morally right and an uncompromising courage to do it. Give him a cool head and a warm heart. Give him a compassion for those in physical, moral, and spiritual need. O God, we consecrate today George Herbert Walker Bush to the presidency of these United States, with the assurance that from this hour on, as he and his family move into the White House, they will have the presence and the power of the one who said, I will never leave thee nor forsake thee. We pray that thou wilt bless his wife, Barbara, and his children as they stand at his side, and his mother who is here today. And what we pray for President Bush, we also pray for Vice President James Danforth Quayle and his wife, Marilyn, and their children. We pray as well for the members of the cabinet, the Congress, the courts, and all others whom thou hast entrusted with positions of leadership. We pray that the spiritual tide that many of us have sensed running in this nation may continue. As we read our newspapers and watch our television screens, it seems that evil is getting worse. But we thank thee for the millions of people that pray daily and go to church and synagogue on the weekends. We believe that this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. All this we pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Reverend Billy Graham, he's now 70.
It's now my special pleasure to introduce the Harlan Boys Choir from Harlan, Kentucky, under the direction of Mr. David Davies. They will sing "This Is My Country."
Southeastern Kentucky, the Harlan Boys Choir, 76 of them from 5th grade to seniors in high school. A little town where the choir represents the town's pride.
This is my own, my native land. This is my native land. This is my country, land of my birth. This is my country, grandest on earth. I pledge thee my allegiance, America, the whole. For this is my country, to have and to hold. What difference if I hail from north or south, or from the east or west? My heart is filled with love for all of these. I only know I swell with pride and deep within my breast I thrill to see your glory make the breeze. With hand upon my heart, I thank the Lord for this my native land. For all I love is here within her gates. My soul is rooted deeply in the soil on which I stand. For these are my own United States. This is my country, land of my birth. This is my country, grandest on earth. I pledge thee my allegiance, America, the whole. For this is my country, to have and to hold. This is my own, my native land. This is my native land.
Wonderful. If ever there was a choir which gave the lie to Sissy to be in choir, the basketball star and the high school quarterback were both.
It is now my pleasure to present my
Everybody in
distinguished
Harlan County,
colleague,
Kentucky.
the Honorable Ted
Proud of
Stevens,
these
Senator of Alaska, to introduce the vice presidential oath and the presidential oath. Senator Stevens.
Thank you, Chairman Ford, for your many courtesies. President Mrs. Reagan, Vice President Mrs. Bush, fellow citizens. The Vice President-elect will take his oath of office as his wife, Marilyn Tucker Quayle, holds the Quayle family Bible. Their children, Tucker, Benjamin, and Corinne, will join them.
The Vice President-elect has asked a gracious lady, the first woman to sit on the highest court of our land, to administer his oath of office. It is my honor to present now the distinguished Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, the Honorable Sandra Day O'Connor, who will administer the oath of office to the Vice President-elect, James Danforth Quayle.
Justice O'Connor is the first woman to swear in a vice president, and the oath is the same one that he took when he was sworn in as senator.
Raise your right hand. I, James Danforth Quayle,
I, James Danforth Quayle,
do solemnly swear
that
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Lost to history, the vice president's oath is a good deal longer than the president's. Also quite worded.
Another little piece of tradition. Lady Bird Johnson was the first wife to hold the Bible for her husband swearing in, and now all wives do it. And as you correctly pointed out a moment ago, David, Vice President Johnson became President Johnson, sworn in by a woman, but it's the first time
a vice president. Yeah, you're right. There's some, I don't know what Bible they're using. I've heard both, and I don't know which is
Staff
right.
Sergeant Albie Powell of the United States Army Band will now sing God Bless America.
There was the Bush Family Bible, or the Bible used by George Washington, which is owned by a New York Masonic temple. I don't know which one it is.
Albie Powell, by the way, was specifically requested by Mrs. Bush to sing. She loves his voice. He's well known. He's 33.
While the storm clouds gathered far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant Powell.
Standing ovation.
President Reagan, Vice President and Mrs. Quayle, fellow Americans. The wife of the President-elect, Barbara Bush, will hold the Bible first used at the inauguration of President George Washington, together with the Bush Bible. With us today is the President-elect's mother, Mrs. Prescott Bush. George, Jeb, Neil, Marvin, and Dorothy, with their families, join their father and mother on this platform. It is now my great privilege and high honor to present the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable William Hobbs Rehnquist, who will administer the oath of office to the President-elect of the United States, George Herbert Walker Bush.
That Washington Bible, of course, comes from the Masonic Lodge in New York, where it was found 200 years ago, when at George Washington's inauguration they couldn't find a Bible in a hurry. The Chief Justice, William Rehnquist.
Right hand and repeat after me. I, George Herbert Walker Bush, do solemnly swear.
I, George Herbert Walker Bush, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
If one were to ask where the 10 Bush grandchildren are, they'd not understand. The answer is that they're inside in a private dining room being entertained by a magician and being fed little cheese snacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
And so once again, 3 minutes after 12 Eastern Time, on yet another occasion, vast power, willingly bestowed, peacefully transferred.
Hey, Jack. Danny. Mr. Chief Justice, Mr. President, Vice President Quayle, Senator Mitchell, Speaker Wright, Senator Dole, Congressman Michael, and fellow citizens, neighbors, and friends. There is a man here who has earned a lasting place in our hearts and in our history. President Reagan, on behalf of our nation, I thank you for the wonderful things that you have done for America. I've just repeated, word for word, the oath taken by George Washington 200 years ago. And the Bible on which I placed my hand is the Bible on which he placed his. It is right that the memory of Washington be with us today not only because this is our bicentennial inauguration, but because Washington remains the father of our country. And he would, I think, be gladdened by this day, for today is the concrete expression of a stunning fact: our continuity these 200 years since our government began. We meet on democracy's front porch, a good place to talk as neighbors and as friends. For this is a day when our nation is made whole, when our differences for a moment are suspended. And my first act as president is a prayer, and I ask you to bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we bow our heads and thank you for your love. Accept our thanks for the peace that yields this day and the shared faith that makes its continuance likely. Make us strong to do your work, willing to heed and hear your will, and write on our hearts these words: use power to help people. For we are given power not to advance our own purposes, nor to make a great show in the world, nor a name. There is but one just use of power, and it is to serve people. Help us remember, Lord. Amen. I come before you and assume the presidency at a moment rich with promise. We live in a peaceful, prosperous time, but we can make it better. For a new breeze is blowing, and a world refreshed by freedom seems reborn. For in man's heart, if not in fact, the day of the dictator is over. The totalitarian era is passing. Its old ideas blown away like leaves from an ancient, lifeless tree. A new breeze is blowing, and a nation, refreshed by freedom, stands ready to push on. There's new ground to be broken and new action to be taken. There are times when the future seems thick as a fog. You sit and wait, hoping the mist will lift and reveal the right path. But this is a time when the future seems a door you can walk right through into a room called tomorrow. Great nations of the world are moving toward democracy through the door to freedom. Men and women of the world move toward free markets through the door to prosperity. The people of the world agitate for free expression and free thought through the door to the moral and intellectual satisfactions that only liberty allows. We know what works. Freedom works. We know what's right. Freedom is right. We know how to secure a more just and prosperous life for man on earth through free markets, free speech, free elections, and the exercise of free will unhampered by the state. For the first time in this century, for the first time in perhaps all history, man does not have to invent a system by which to live. We don't have to talk late into the night about which form of government is better. We don't have to wrest justice from the kings. We only have to summon it from within ourselves. We must act on what we know. I take as my guide the hope of a saint. In crucial things, unity. In important things, diversity. In all things, generosity. America today is a proud, free nation, decent and civil, a place we cannot help but love. We know in our hearts, not loudly and proudly, but as a simple fact, that this country has meaning beyond what we see, and that our strength is a force for good. But have we changed as a nation, even in our time? Are we enthralled with material things, less appreciative of the nobility of work and sacrifice? My friends, we are not the sum of our possessions, They are not the measure of our lives. In our hearts, we know what matters. We cannot hope only to leave our children a bigger car, a bigger bank account. We must hope to give them a sense of what it means to be a loyal friend, a loving parent, a citizen who leaves his home, his neighborhood, and town better than he found it. And what do we want the men and women who work with us to say when we're no longer there? That we were more driven to succeed than anyone around us? Or that we stopped to ask if a sick child had gotten better and stayed a moment there to trade a word of friendship? No president, no government can teach us to remember what is best in what we are. But if the man you have chosen to lead this government can help make a difference, if he can celebrate the quieter, deeper successes that are made not of gold and silk, but of better hearts and finer souls, if he can do these things, then he must. America is never wholly herself unless she is engaged in high moral principle. We as a people have such a purpose today. It is to make kinder the face of the nation and gentler the face of the world. My friends, we have work to do. There are the homeless, lost and roaming. There are the children who have nothing, no love, no normalcy. There are those who cannot free themselves of enslavement to whatever addiction, drugs, welfare, the demoralization that rules the slums. There is crime to be conquered, the rough crime of the streets. There are young women to be helped who are about to become mothers of children they can't care for and might not love. They need our care, our guidance, and our education, though we bless them for choosing life. The old solution, the old way, was to think that public money alone could end these problems. But we have learned that that is not so. And in any case, our funds are low. We have a deficit to bring down. We have more will than wallet, but will is what we need. We will make the hard choices, looking at what we have, perhaps allocating it differently, making our decisions based on honest need and prudent safety. And then we will do the wisest thing of all. We will turn to the only resource we have that in times of need always grows, the goodness and the courage of the American people. And I am speaking of a new engagement in the lives of others, a new activism, hands-on and involved, that gets the job done. We must bring in the generations, harnessing the unused talent of the elderly and the unfocused energy of the young. For not only leadership is passed from generation to generation, but so is stewardship. And the generation born after the Second World War has come of age. I've spoken of 1,000 points of light, of all the community organizations that are spread like stars throughout the nation doing good. We will work hand in hand, encouraging, sometimes leading, sometimes being led, rewarding. We will work on this in the White House, in the cabinet agencies. I will go to the people and the programs that are the brighter points of light, and I'll ask every member of my government to become involved. The old ideas are new again because they're not old. They are timeless. Duty, sacrifice, commitment, and a patriotism that finds its expression in taking part and pitching in. And we need a new engagement, too, between the executive and the Congress. The challenges before us will be thrashed out with the House and the Senate. And we must bring the federal budget into balance. And we must ensure that America stands before the world united, strong, at peace, and fiscally sound. But of course, things may be difficult. We need compromise. We've had dissension. We need harmony. We've had a chorus of discordant voices. For Congress, too, has changed in our time. There's grown a certain divisiveness. We've seen the hard looks and heard the statements in which not each other's ideas are challenged, but each other's motives. And our great parties have too often been far apart and untrusting of each other. It's been this way since Vietnam. That war cleaves us still. But friends, that war began in earnest a quarter of a century ago. And surely the statute of limitations has been reached. This is a fact. The final lesson of Vietnam is that no great nation can long afford to be sundered by a memory. A new breeze is blowing, and the old bipartisanship must be made new again. To my friends, and yes, I do mean friends, in the loyal opposition, and yes, I mean loyal, I put out my hand. I'm putting out my hand to you, Mr. Speaker. I'm putting out my hand to you, Mr. Majority Leader. For this is the thing. This is the age of the offered hand, and we can't turn back clocks, and I don't want to. But when our fathers were young, Mr. Speaker, our differences ended at the water's edge, and we don't wish to turn back time. But when our mothers were young, Mr. Majority Leader, the Congress and the executive were capable of working together to produce a budget on which this nation could live. Let us negotiate soon and hard, but in the end, let us produce. The American people await action. They didn't send us here to bicker. They ask us to rise above the merely partisan. In crucial things, unity. And this, my friends, is crucial. To the world, too, we offer new engagement and a renewed vow. We will stay strong to protect the peace. The offered hand is a reluctant fist, once made strong and can be used with great effect. There are today Americans who are held against their will in foreign lands, and Americans who are unaccounted for. Assistance can be shown here and will be long remembered. Goodwill begets goodwill. Good faith can be a spiral that endlessly moves on. Great nations, like great men, must keep their word. When America says something, America means it, whether a treaty or an agreement or a vow made on marble steps. We will always try to speak clearly, for candor is a compliment, but subtlety too is good and has its place. While keeping our alliances and friendships around the world strong, ever strong, we will continue the new closeness with the Soviet Union, consistent both with our security and with progress. One might say that our new relationship in part reflects the triumph of hope and strength over experience. But hope is good. and so is strength and vigilance. Here today are tens of thousands of our citizens who feel the understandable satisfaction of those who have taken part in democracy and seen their hopes fulfilled. But my thoughts have been turning the past few days to those who would be watching at home, to an older fellow who will throw a salute by himself when the flag goes by, and the woman who will tell her sons the words of the battle hymns. I don't mean this to be sentimental. I mean that on days like this, we remember that we are all part of a continuum, inescapably connected by the ties that bind. Our children are watching in schools throughout our great land, and to them I say, thank you for watching democracy's big day. For democracy belongs to us all, and freedom is like a beautiful kite that can go higher and higher with the breeze. And to all I say, no matter what your circumstances or where you are part of this day. You are part of the life of our great nation. A president is neither prince nor pope, and I don't seek a window on men's souls. In fact, I yearn for a greater tolerance, an easygoingness about each other's attitudes and way of life. There are few clear areas in which we as a society must rise up united and express our intolerance. And the most obvious now is drugs. And when that first cocaine was smuggled in on a ship, it may as well have been a deadly bacteria, so much as it hurt the body, the soul of our country. And there is much to be done and to be said. But take my word for it, this scourge will stop. And so there is much to do. And tomorrow the work begins, and I do not mistrust the future. I do not fear what is ahead, for our problems are large, but our heart is larger. Our challenges are great, but our will is greater. And if our flaws are endless, God's love is truly boundless. Some see leadership as high drama and the sound of trumpets calling, and sometimes it is that. But I see history as a book with many pages, and each day we fill a page with acts of hopefulness and meaning. The new breeze blows, page turns, the story unfolds, and so today a chapter begins. A small and stately story of unity, diversity, and generosity, shared and written together. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
From democracy's front porch, as he calls it, the president's first act is to say a prayer that we might use power to help people. sense, David, it was the First Lady's prerogative.
Sure it is.
A speech about commitment and patriotism that, as the President says, finds its expression in taking part and pitching in. A moving, warm tribute at the beginning to President Reagan.
Please remain standing for the benediction by Reverend Billy Graham, and remain standing for the singing of our national anthem by Staff Sergeant Alvy Powell.
Shall we pray? Our Father, we thank Thee for this great day in the history of democracy. May it touch the whole world. And now may the Lord bless Thee and keep Thee. The Lord make His face to shine upon Thee and be gracious unto Thee. The Lord lift up His countenance upon Thee and give Thee peace. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and the bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And somewhere over there in that crowd, another transition, the one we don't see. The one military aide handing to another the football in which are kept the nuclear codes. From President Reagan's military aide to President Bush's military aide.
Somebody somewhere up in the back of the stand, they would not let us see it. It's a little valise. You know, when Bush rides in his new car, it's huge. He will have the ability in the back seat to set off a nuclear war.
I don't know why it seems so typical, David, but Mrs. Bush just winked at him. It just...
They have little secrets.
Howard Baker.
You know, Peter, we've all heard a lot of political speeches, and we've all heard a lot of grandiloquent promises about wonderful performances that lie in the future.
We're going to go away for 45 seconds. Don't leave. We'll be back. President Bush is about to say goodbye to President Reagan. President Bush will now escort.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Vice President, come on. Come on, Dan.
First time you've ever used that title.
We think we are. We are congested.
Come on, Dan. It's a moving, moving on, David, for a second here from what we've seen happen to what we're about to see, what happened, the definitive end of the Reagan era in Washington. You were talking a few days ago, reminds me of how self-conscious John Adams felt about having George Washington even around 200 years ago, because the nation wept at losing Washington and was less enthusiastic about having John Adams.
Well, he knew that the country worshipped George Washington and put up with him. That's really all it amounted to. And he didn't want Washington around to overshadow him. Obviously, there's been no president since then who had that kind of power, but still. You know, I started to say, we've heard all sorts of promises about returning to bipartisanship in foreign policy and so on. And in recent decades, it has not happened. I had the feeling today that George Bush really meant it and will try as hard as he can and as honestly as he can to bring it about. It used to exist. There's no mystery about it. It ended with Vietnam, when this country, half of the country turned against the other half of the country, and we've never really recovered from it. As he said, it certainly is time that we did.
Were you surprised to hear him mention Vietnam and make a reference to this war that cleaves us still?
I guess so. It would have been very easy for him not to mention it, because there's still hurt feelings and sore spots about it. But I think that's why I think he meant it, because he did bring it up. He did give the reason for the foreign policy conflict between the Congress and the White House. I think he truly means to try to stop it.
I don't
wish him luck.
I don't want to give people the impression that we're going to go away for a second, but I'd like to just get some first reactions, if I may, from some of our own people, and brief ones perhaps. Britt Hume, from what you heard.
Well, Peter, my sense is that this is a speech that is likely to be appreciated by a nation that does not want at this time to hear a lot of partisan political bickering. It was a speech that was very short on programmatic detail and specifics, except for the one promise, the one clear promise, I think, that we heard, which was that he would eliminate the scourge of cocaine. His prescription for dealing with some of the nation's social ills appears to be a moral call to voluntarism, which is an old Republican idea into which I think President Bush hopes to breathe new life. He had a very nice line about it. We have more will than wallet, but will is what we need. Nice line. It'll be very interesting to see how far he can go with this proposition. It's something I think in which he really believes. That was the old 1,000 points of light idea.
Well, he's gone some step further to explaining his 1,000 points of light in terms of referring to volunteer agencies around the country. Jeff Greenfield.
This, I think, was a speech that was almost a perfect pitch speech for George Bush. As you know, it was drafted by Peggy Noonan, who wrote that magnificent acceptance speech. George Bush rehearsed it with Roger Ailes, his media advisor, Wednesday and Thursday. That was not publicly known. It was delivered very low key. And once again, Peter, you noticed the break with the Reagan style. He says some people see leadership with trumpets and drama. That's Ronald Reagan. This is a speech that's very much the Jimmy Stewart, Gary Cooper, George Bush. This is democracy's front porch. Let's have a chat. And stewardship, the Yankee as opposed to cowboy, who was Ronald Reagan. You know, we are not the sum of our possessions. Stewardship is the point of giving something back. I thought it was very well crafted to say of Bush, I am not Ronald Reagan, I am my own man now. This is the tone of the national conversation that we are going to take place. It's going to be taking place over the next 4 years, and I think it was just perfectly suited.
In the rotunda is ABC's Jim Wooten. Jim, I sense a practical address. Do you?
Yes, I think so. The President and Mrs. Bush are just preceding President Reagan and Mrs. Reagan out the east entrance of the rotunda, where the President will leave in a helicopter. But getting back to the speech, I think it was a very, very practical speech. The interesting thing about that I found in terms of Capitol Hill is that the new president turned and spoke directly to the Speaker of the House, Mr. Wright, and he turned and spoke directly to Senator Mitchell, the majority leader of the Senate. And in so doing said, let's work this out, guys. The people didn't send us up here to bicker and squabble. Let's get some things done. That all sounds very good. And I expect that if you talk to Speaker Wright or to Senator Mitchell, what we could try to do in a moment, they would say they agree with that. When it comes down to the hard part, I expect that there may be some more difficulties than can be seen or expressed in an inauguration speech of this tone.
President Bush spoke for just a little more than 20 minutes, and you're now looking at the east side of the Capitol. Shortest speech on record ever was not quite 200 years ago. It was George Washington's second inaugural, wasn't it, David? 135 words.
Right. Roosevelt in 44 was very short.
William Harrison made the longest. Just a little over 20 minutes. You know, Richard Nixon, when he was preparing his first inaugural, tried to get some sense of what theme was. He found it was almost always unity, sacrifice, confidence in crisis. Let's just watch this for a moment.
This is a goodbye, goodbye. They will be back in Washington, of course, visiting.
Reagan, on your way out? Any last thoughts for us as you go out today?
Carry on.
What's next?
I don't know who Reagan is saying goodbye.
Very touching little scene, Peter.
Plain. I just knew it had happened, that they'd salute one another.
Salutes. The helicopter will take him to Andrews Air Force Base, which is about, I don't know, what, 20-odd miles from here, from there. And from there, he'll fly to California.
President Bush said it, but he really didn't need to say it, because all across the country today, and President Bush went out of his way to involve people in schools and at home watching this on television, to think back upon the Reagan years. As President Bush said of Mr. Reagan, thank you for the wonderful things you have done for America. That will be, in some respects, more readily debatable now than it has been perhaps in the last few days. There are a lot of people, David, in a lot of other parts of the world who don't always quite get this the way it is done, with such grace and such efficiency. So little fanfare.
Well, there is no other government like ours in the world. There are other democratic governments, of course, but they have different systems, and they change leaders when they change in quite different ways. Ours is somewhat complicated. They do find it hard to understand.
I think it was Jim Wooten who mentioned earlier in the broadcast, 8 years ago, Jimmy Carter was going out, Ronald Reagan was coming in. I was in West Germany waiting for the hostages to be released. And we were talking yesterday about how sudden the transfer of power is, and recalling that passage in Hamilton Jordan's book, The Aid to President Carter, who moments after power had passed from one hand to another, phoned the operations room in the White House to see what was happening about the hostages. And he was held on hold for just a moment, and the voice came back on the line and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan, you're no longer cleared to get that information." And Hamilton Jordan writes in his book that until that moment he had no clear awareness of how suddenly power passed.
Instantaneous. At the moment the oath is taken, it all changes. But as Professor Graff has said, one of the marvels of modern history is the American political system, in which every leader has left when his time ran out, and no one ever even thought of not leaving.
Professor Graff, you're watching, and we're going to continue watching the president do one lap over the ellipse. What are you thinking at the moment?
That
Professor Graff?
A call to duty, but a call to unity. It provided no program, but it was an appeal to the deepest and best instincts of the people by a very decent and civilized man who would like this country to shine in the world as a decent, civilized place. I was very moved.
President Reagan is on his way to Andrews Air Force Base, and we shall be there when he arrives. We'll also be right back.
ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues after these messages and a word from our local stations. ABC News coverage of the 1989 presidential inauguration continues. Once again, here's Peter Jennings.
The President signs, David, the cabinet documents.
He's got a line of pens on the assumption that they will be souvenirs that people will want. Lyndon Johnson once signed his name with about 15 pens, an L for one and a Y, half of the Y for one, and so on.
I remember watching it. It's the first time I'd ever seen it. As the President does this, we want to, as we said a number of times this morning, listen to some voices. In this case, with the Speaker of the House and the new Senate Majority Leader there on the President's right, Senator Mitchell from Maine. We want to hear from people in other parts of the world. Go to Moscow and London. Let us start in London with Francois Hesburgh, who is the director of the International Institute of Strategic Studies in London. Mr. Hesburgh, did you hear something in the President's speech that is going to resonate overseas?
Well, I think overseas, really 3 words will have been picked up: reliability, compromise, and bipartisanship. And what obviously will be watched very closely is whether the new president will be able to deliver on those words. But the tone and the forcefulness with which he spoke about the reestablishment of bipartisanship, I think will have been noted very carefully. There's another aspect which I have noted, and that is that he talked specifically at one stage about the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union. Indeed, that is the only specific bilateral relationship he mentions. It is something which will probably have been picked up in Moscow. It is a recognition ab initio of the Soviet Union's specific superpower status.
Well, Mr. Hesburgh, you make a very good point, because we have Moscow on the line. In fact, we have Gennady Gerasimov, who many Americans recognize as Mikhail Gorbachev's spokesman. What did you hear, Mr. Gerasimov, that impressed you?
Well, my conclusion from the speech was that it's a windy day in Washington, D.C., because the President mentioned breezes at least 4 times in his speech. We do have our own breezes here. We call them perestroika. So if we understand his reference to breezes as the wish to have a fresh start, a little bit of discontinue the course that the President Reagan had, well, we wish him well, and we hope to continue Soviet-American political dialogue and not to lose momentum.
Is there any other initiative you sense in there at all?
Well, the speech is mainly on domestic issues and the usual Republican or maybe Democratic rhetoric, but we do wish to continue our dialogue and to conserve the dynamism which we have in our relations. And as I understand, James Baker, who is going to be the Secretary of State, talked about this dynamism, that they want to retain it.
Mr. Gerasimov, we transfer power in this country much differently than you do in the Soviet Union. You impressed with the way we do it?
That's for sure.
Are you impressed with the way we do it?
Well, I haven't seen it on the screen, but I know that it's an impressive way. You have the same Bible for 200 years. We don't have it.
Thank you for taking the time. Gennady Gerasimov. That is President Reagan arriving at Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington. And as he does, let us listen momentarily to our national security correspondent, John McCarthy. John, President Bush mentioned the hostages. What do you think he's going to do, if anything, different from President Reagan? Any hint?
Well, it's somewhat surprising that he did mention the hostages, Peter. As you remember, 8 years ago, it was Jimmy Carter who had such a difficult time on this day of the turning over the power to the new administration. The Iran hostages then, of course. But President Bush is going to have the same difficult problem that Ronald Reagan had, and that is what in the world to do about the hostages, to let the world and let the country know that the hostages are important, but then basically to lie low on further strategy.
John, you cover diplomacy for us. I am convinced I heard a clear message in that speech to Iran when President Bush said, there are today Americans who are held against their will in foreign land and Americans who are unaccounted for. And then he said, assistance can be shown here and will be long remembered. Goodwill begets goodwill. Good faith can be a spiral that endlessly moves on. Possible message to Iran?
It could very well be a message to Iran, Peter. I think perhaps the most important message in this speech is the message to the Soviet Union that the United States wants to continue the close relationship that has been developed over the last several years. That's a message which is heard not only in Moscow, but all around the world, because when the superpower relationship does not work, then of course it has repercussions all over the place.
Okay, John McCarthy, thank you very much over at the State Department. In just a moment, we're going to turn this over to Sam Donaldson, who is out at Andrews. Sam, can you hear me?
Tourist class passengers.
All right, Sam Donaldson made his way from the north lawn of the White House out to Andrews Air Force Base now because, as he pointed out earlier, he's one of a small handful of reporters who, in his case, covered President Reagan for 8 years. The longest, I believe, is Lou Cannon of the Washington Post, who covered him as a governor in California and even before that. But they've been invited, a small handful of them, to go with the President and Mrs. Reagan back to California. And in case tried and true ABC News viewers joined us late today, we're making a change of our own. Sam is going to leave covering the White House, where we've all been very proud of him, and is going to be replaced by Britt Hume, who's going to move from Capitol Hill down to the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Sam, take it away.
Well, yes, Peter, we're at Andrews Air Force Base on any given day, surely the coldest, if not the windiest place in the Washington area. President and Mrs. Reagan have just arrived by helicopter, and they're walking forward to a position where he can take the salutes of a combined all-service honor guard. The band intends to play 3 numbers for him, I believe. The president, former president, is not expected to speak, but of course, if he chooses to say something, everybody will listen. There's a large crowd of military dependents and military personnel gathered here to wish him well. You see signs in the crowd saying, "We still love you both," and congratulations. There they are, Nancy Reagan, former President Ronald Reagan, in front of the honor guard.
Yesterday, our poll, Sam, showed that the president has the highest popularity rating upon leaving office than any president since Roosevelt.
Yes, I think it's as high as it was when he came into office, which is an extraordinary thing. History will debate this man's presidency, but at the moment you can't debate the fact that he's extremely popular. Now ruffles and flourishes, nor the last time here at Andrews for Ronald Reagan.
How much you suppose he's going to miss all this?
David, I think you were about to ask Sam a question.
I was wondering how much, when he gets back to Los Angeles and Bel Air, all of this will, as if by magic, disappear, and I wonder how much he will miss it. All of the ceremony and the reviewing of troops and the firing of guns and the playing of brass.
Well, David, Ronald Reagan loves ceremony more than anyone I know. For instance, he loves to salute more than anyone in or out of the service that I've ever seen. You're going to see him salute, I'll bet, when he gets to the steps of his plane, the military guard there. And I think he'll miss the ceremony. But you know, he's told us already he's going on the mashed potato circuit. He's going to speak up for causes that he believes in, and he is always going to be at Republican dinner. So it's not as if he's going to disappear from sight.
Sam, while the President is reviewing this Honor Guard Forum at Andrews Air Force Base, we can perhaps have from you, George Will, some thoughts on transition.
Because it's the first time in 60 years, and actually I guess 6 weeks, back in 1929, in a more leisurely American age. We didn't inaugurate presidents until early March, but the first time since then that a president has been succeeded by a president of his own party in a normal inauguration. And that, in a way, the transition to the Bush administration began before the election, when Nick Brady went in at Treasury and Thornburg went in at Justice, two people compatible both with President Reagan and his chosen successor, George Bush. So this is, as I say, a seamless transition, and one that I think reflects the goodwill that George Bush has labored hard to create here. This theme that our foreign commentators picked up on, and that was the conspicuous stress in his speech, was on bipartisanship. I must say, Peter, it is a useful fiction, but certainly a fiction, to say that bipartisanship is the American norm. It may seem that way to people who, like George Bush, came of age during the great bipartisanship of World War II. But from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, from dealing with the Barbary pilots to fighting Mexico to the Cuban adventure of 1898, there has been fierce partisanship in American foreign policy, often along party lines, and there's no reason to think it will stop. But it's perfectly understandable that President Bush wants to pretend that it will.
George, I must say, at least from this vantage point, I sensed, however, an appetite for it in the land when the President said, they didn't send us here to bicker. They asked us to rise above the merely partisan, in crucial things, unity. And this, my friends, is crucial. He got what I thought was his best round of applause.
He certainly did, but the people may not have sent them there to bicker, but they sent a Republican to the White House, and they sent Democrats to control the legislature, and bickering is inherent in that recipe.
Very good point, George. Back to Andrews Air Force Base and Sam Donaldson.
The President has just trooped the line, and now he's going to go to his plane, which, as you know, is not Air Force One, because the President of the United States will not be aboarded. It is simply one of the planes that the presidents use. It's 27,000, the second, the newest of the 707s that have been in service since the 60s. President and Mrs. Reagan waving at people. Maybe we can have a word with him, maybe not. I mean, what would be Ronald Reagan going someplace without one last shouted question?
Go have a go, Sam.
Embracing members of his staff.
Have a go, Adam, Sam.
And people here that he's, you know, they have their dog with him. Gets to go to California, I think, for the first time.
How about a word, Mr. President?
How about a word? Oh, no time, huh? Just tell us how you felt when the moment passed. Okay. It is kind of windy out here in the distance. I think Mrs. Reagan looks like she might want to say a word. But no, she goes with her husband. This is Colonel Talaferis, I believe, who's the vice commander of the military district of Washington, and his wife, who has been designated to say goodbye. Now let's see if I'm right or wrong. He saluted at the bottom of the steps. When he gets on top, he'll turn around. If he follows true to form, he'll wave, and then he'll salute into the distance. And he's saluting the control tower. The people that you can't see, they're out of the picture. But he always says goodbye to them. He waves at him. And may I say, Peter and David, since you noted that we are changing in our own guard here, Britt Hume is going to take over the White House, and I'm in history, just like Ronald Reagan, that I've enjoyed my 12 years there. I've appreciated the opportunity to be there. I hope I haven't vexed too many of President Carter's or President Reagan's partisans. I've tried not to, and I wish Britt Hume well. He's a terrific reporter. He'll do a great job.
Well, Sam,
signing off from Andrews.
Put down that microphone, Sam. Go get on the plane. After all these years, you misread the president. He didn't salute those people in the control tower. But thanks for all of your efforts. You've done great. Executive One, it is now called, no longer Air Force One, and it's almost as if the president had that innate sense that he was no longer commander-in-chief, and therefore was not required or didn't feel instinctively like he wanted to salute from the top of the steps.
It's interesting the president, right down to today, has continued to use the 707, which was the first commercial jet airliner built in this country. It was a military jet before that. However, very soon they're going to have, I think it's 2 or maybe 3, forgotten. 2. Set 2, 747s outfitted for the president.
Let us return at least to listen to Capitol Hill as we watch the president's Executive One prepare for takeoff, and listen again to our new White House correspondent, Britt Hume. Britt?
Peter, I'd first like to thank Sam for his good wishes. I'll need them. I can't imagine having a more difficult performance to follow than the one that he put in. He is a legend, probably the most famous street correspondent in the history of broadcasting. As I look out here on this place where just a few minutes ago the Bush family and the Senate and all of these people were seated, and the president-elect and all these people, as you can see, the chairs are gone. The rug is being torn up. This ceremony may have been a celebration of the permanence of our government, but the trappings of the ceremony, as you can see, like so many things in Washington, are very impermanent indeed, and they will probably be out of here before nightfall. I don't know how long it will take them to tear this platform down, but it will be gone very soon indeed.
Well, Britt, we look forward to seeing you on the north lawn of the White House next time. Let's have a quick look inside Statuary Hall, which is where the House met at an early period in our history, where the president is going to have lunch with senior members of Congress, and then make his way back to the White House, because in a little more than an hour from now, the inauguration parade is going to begin. That is probably the hardest room on all of Capitol Hill in which to have a conversation. One of the reasons, David, they moved out of that room.
Because it resonates in the echoes. At the lunch today, the inaugural lunch 4 years ago, they served quail, Q-U-A-I-L. Today, it'll be chicken.
Known today, David, as grilled poussin. But you're quite right. Chicken. It says grilled poussin on the menu. I want to get some final thoughts, also from Capitol Hill, from ABC's Jeff Greenfield. Jeff?
Well, now that the transfer of power has happened, we can say what a lot of us have had on our minds. Ronald Reagan broke the jinx of the zero. Every president elected in a year ending in a zero since 1840 has died in office. Harrison, Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, Harding, Roosevelt, Kennedy. Ronald Reagan served 8 years of president, came narrowly close to dying only 6 weeks in, and I think every American of every partisan stripe feels a sigh of relief that that long historical jinx that's hung over our presidents has now been ended. And I think that's a nice way to begin a new administration, Peter.
I've never heard you mention that before, Jeff, and I'm glad you never did mention it before. What did you think of the speech?
As I said, the Bush speech, I thought, set exactly the right tone. I think that the gestures, the turning to the congressman, which did indeed, as someone else mentioned, get a big round of applause, was an attempt to claim the high ground. And we have a divided government as we've had most of the last 35 years. And it was Bush's way of saying, I'm claiming the ground of the nonpartisan or bipartisan worker, and therefore, if there is discord, it's your fault. That was a nice little way of putting a little edge on what was otherwise a very, you'll pardon this terrible cliche, a kind and gentle speech.
I apologize. I can't remember the last time I asked you to talk twice about a speech.
Well, that's okay. It's a speech worthy of comment more than once.
Well, my mind was rushing ahead to this afternoon when the inaugural parade will be seen here on ABC's in what, about an hour and plus from now? When are we going to come back? Somebody tell us. 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock, we're going to come back Eastern Time, about 55 minutes from now, and we will be joined on that occasion by Barbara Walters, who has been talking to President Bush and Mrs. Bush, and we hope you'll see you then. For David Brinkley and everybody else who's worked on this morning, I'm Peter Jennings in Washington. We'll see you in about 55 minutes.
January 20th, 1989, the inauguration of George Herbert Walker Bush, 41st President of the United States, has been a special events presentation of ABC News. This is an ABC News special. Coverage of the American political process. Inauguration 89. From ABC News headquarters in Washington, Peter Jennings, David Brinkley, and Barbara Walters.
It's a really lovely day here in the nation's capital. A little cloudy, not too cold, getting a little colder. Maybe it'll blow by the time the afternoon is over. But there are a lot of people on Pennsylvania Avenue now waiting for the new president, the 41st president of the United States, George Bush, to finish his lunch up on Capitol Hill and make his way to the White House. And this afternoon we are going to have a parade, an inauguration parade. 200 years after George Washington was sworn in, we're going to have an inauguration parade that has all the earmarks of a fun afternoon. We're glad you could join us. Large crowd on Pennsylvania Avenue already. We're going to call it Revolutionary Pennsylvania Avenue in the moment, because we're going to go out there and find a lot of people have come from near and far and haven't been able to see quite as well as they had anticipated. The parade route from Capitol Hill down Pennsylvania Avenue past the Treasury to the White House. They've been having lunch in Statuary Hall, and we were allowed a brief glimpse of President Bush. As he lunches with the leaders, David Brinkley of Congress.
And puts it in his coffee in a little pink envelope. What's it?
Sweet and Low.
Sweet and Low, right.
Ladies and gentlemen,
now he was...
have your attention for a moment, please.
In just a moment now, there's going to be an exchange of toast between the president and the leadership of Congress. If you were with us earlier this morning, you know that the president reached out really quite significantly in the search for bipartisanship with the Congress. Let us listen.
I want you to know how much I appreciate the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. When he reached in his pocket, pulled out a Merit, and put a lighter to it and started smoking, I felt it was a command performance for me, and I had to pull out one too.
He's in Kentucky, a tobacco-growing state. Wendell Ford, Senator Ford.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, the greatest gift this country can give was given to you on last November the 8th. The people showed their confidence in and for you to be the leader of the greatest and strongest nation in the world. If we could have the box, we'll be glad to present a gift to the President. Mr. President, this hand-blown, one-of-a-kind crystal bowl by Lenox Crystal Company displays a detailed hand engraving of the Capitol on one side and an arbor of flowering cherry trees on the near side, creating a three-dimensional effect. The base is inscribed commemorating your swearing in at this bicentennial inauguration, January the 20th, 1989. It is my privilege, Mr. President, and my honor to present this gift to you from the Congress and from the American people to show our love and affection to you and Barbara.
I don't know how good a look you're going to get at this. Well, I've seen it, David, and it's absolutely glorious. And I don't want to sound too much like a promotional announcement. If people watch World News Tonight, they'll get an unusual view of this bowl, and they'll learn more about a lot about its history.
And Mr. Vice President, we, the Congress, also have a similar gift for you in Maryland. It may be a little smaller, but with the same love and affection.
The Vice President. First time we have a look at him since swearing in.
Thank you, man. You did well. Thank you.
And what would we use that for? Peanuts?
Well, jelly beans no longer. Flowers.
Flowers.
Do what? Cigars next. Are you started again? Okay.
Come on, Senator Ford.
Mr. President, today we celebrate the bicentennial inaugural of the President of the United States of America. We have used the first great seal of this country throughout our portion of this day. The Great Seal was designed to symbolize the hope and promise of a new nation that had high aspirations and grand hopes for the future. The bicentennial inaugural that we celebrate today is living proof that those hopes and aspirations have not only been achieved, but they still endure. Mr. President and First Lady, as you know, we're having another luncheon today in this building. We visited them a few moments ago. Your grandchildren and my grandchildren, along with children of participants in this luncheon, are dining on grilled cheese sandwiches, chicken nuggets, fresh fruit, soft drinks, and milk. I've checked, Mr. President, and at that luncheon, there's been no talk of politics.
In fact, David, as you
only
mentioned
the
earlier,
vibrant enthusiasm of the young.
they got a magician.
So my toast to you today is a challenge to you and all of us, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans, to see that before they and others of every race, creed, and color leave this earth, they are nourished in mind and in body and in spirit. So, Mr. President, to your good health and long life with your lady at your side. So we, the Congress,
give you some sense of the acoustics in that hall, which are terrible. You could hear those chairs sliding back.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from the President.
The House of Representatives used to meet there, but they couldn't hear one another.
Thank you, Senator Ford.
So they moved out.
And the parade is about to begin, so let me just say a couple of words. I look around this room and I see many friends with whom I served in the Congress and many friends with whom I worked for the last 8 years when I was President of the Senate. I first want to thank Senator Ford and his committee, Ted, others, who have done just an outstanding job on making this People's Day so spectacularly successful. And I'm grateful to all of you. Wendell just said, Mr. President, as we walked out of the platform there, coming up some steps and then down some steps to say goodbye to President Reagan, the Sergeant-at-Arms of the House said, Mr. President, and I'm standing there waiting for President Reagan. And I feel something that was between an affectionate hug and a kidney punch. The silver fox telling me to get going. And, but I just want to say thank you to all of you. The parade is going to be a good one. No politics today. This is going to be a very special day for the country, as it has been for the last 200 years. And Bar and I are just delighted to have this significant part in it. But we really came here at the conclusion of this lunch to say thanks to the members of the House, thanks to the members of the Senate for this wonderful way to start off this presidency. We're grateful to you, sir. Well done. And may I propose a toast to the members of the Congress, to the institution, the House of Representatives, the Senate of the United States. May they flourish and may they prosper.
Prosper.
By now, you perhaps will be getting familiar to this reference, the silver fox. President Bush is, of course, talking about the woman who he also refers to as Barbara Bush, the First Lady. And he had the experience this morning that other presidents have had. All of a sudden, they're being called Mr. President. And that cross between a kidney punch and an affection hug was Mrs. Bush, in fact, saying, get with it. That's what they call you now. We are very pleased to welcome to our coverage this afternoon a colleague, Barbara Walters. Haven't seen you in person in quite some time. And you blessed us with your presence today. What did you think of this morning?
I must say, as a viewer watching it, I was very weepy. When they sang the national anthem, I was weepy. When the president made his speech, I'm trying to be a little more objective right now, but I found it very moving. It's interesting to hear what President Bush said about suddenly realizing he was president, because as you know, we talked to him on Monday, and we said, has it sunk in? And he said, yes. It doesn't seem as dramatic as I thought it was going to be, but yes, I already do feel, you know, it's not a shock to me. But I guess there's something about actually being there when you are called Mr. President that's different. Nothing can prepare you.
I don't know if David got the same impression, but there was a moment, even before Vice President Quayle was sworn in up on the Hill today, when George Bush looked more solemn, more of the moment than I can ever recall before.
It must be a crushing experience. Suddenly I'm the president. Suddenly I'm responsible for everything.
But he's been very relaxed.
But he's been very
relaxed,
good.
easy, funny. I mean, a very different man than the man we were seeing in the campaign. But again, as he's been saying, that's history. This is the real George Bush.
Barbara, you've known them for a long time, but tell us a little more about the interview just before they leave Capitol Hill to come down to the White House.
Well, let me just hear little bits and pieces. This silver fox expression is kind of new this week. President Bush was calling her for a few moments this week the gray fox. She didn't like that at all. She preferred what the Secret Service called her, which was tranquility. I think that sounds a little more august. What I felt most in this interview, and you'll see it tonight on 2020, is the interchange between the two of them. They are funny, they are relaxed, they are a happy couple of 44 years of marriage. It isn't the kind of romantic, almost honeymoon feeling that you felt between the Reagans. It's two people who aren't afraid to kind of tease each other, and a wife who isn't afraid of giving her husband
But this is new too, Barbara. You know, this is something that really only emerged during the campaign, when they felt early on in the campaign that they were sort of being outperformed in this regard by the DeCaucuses.
They weren't being romantic enough. They were. I mean, they're not handholders. They tease each other. They scrap with each other a little bit.
Punch each other in the kidneys.
You know, and she is very cautious. And he'll say to her, "Come on, honey. You know, you can say that. You can." It's easy and it's real. We keep hearing that word "real," and it is when you see them together.
Well, as I said, I'm very glad you're with us this afternoon. We can
actually answer the question for us. We were wondering what they could put in those crystal bowls, and she said pork rinds.
That's right. I wrote that down. And you had never eaten a pork rind. I have a feeling you're going to eat more than you ever wanted to eat.
They're already coming, Barbara.
Although Mrs. Bush has said she is so sorry he ever said that, because she's gotten so many pork rinds, she's got no place to put them. So I guess it was like the jelly beans.
Jelly beans.
Enough with the pork rinds, huh?
Do you know what they are?
Yes, aren't they the skin? I mean,
skin,
it's the skin.
Well, you sound so knowledgeable. You didn't know this morning.
Because my desk is piled up with them. And I just read the label on one of the bags. It's skin. Pigs that do not turn into footballs turn into pork rinds.
Let us digress for a second and listen to just a little bit of the interview that Barbara did with President and Mrs. Bush this week.
So many people's view of you has changed. It's as if Clark Kent became Superman. I mean, you're very articulate.
That'll change too. Wait till the budget goes up.
But do you think you've changed, or do you think that maybe the campaign or the election or something gave you a different feeling about yourself? You don't think he has?
No.
No. I really don't.
Well, I do think, in fairness to the critics, that when you are not the number 2 on a team, but are really heading a team, as a president must do, it's different. I hope that I demonstrated during 8 years as vice president a certain sensitivity to the White House staff, the president's staff, and certainly to the president, for whom I have lasting respect as he heads out to the West. I mean, I've learned so much from this man, and it never occurred to me to go out then and say something, even though I might have a nuance of difference about what he had decided. So you're as a team player, some of your own passions are properly sublimated. So there is that difference, Barbara, that's realistic, I think.
Mr. Bush, you don't like to dance. You've got all these inaugural balls coming
He's a very good dancer,
Is he? Now,
too.
everything I've read says that you're not a good dancer.
He says he's not a good dancer because he doesn't really love it.
You're going to have to dance at all these White Houses.
No, but that's show business. You get up, oh, sweetie, you know, you get up there for about 2 minutes on the thing, and that's it. That's all I'm good for. I read that somebody else, who was it? Some famous guy said, felt the same way about it. Who was it? One of these stars recently.
George came from a family where many of them were very good dancers, also singers. Somehow they made him feel he wasn't either a good dancer or a good singer. And he isn't.
That's not true.
Nobody likes to do anything you do badly. I don't like in life to do something that I know I'm really bad
We'll
at.
never ask you to sing.
Please.
Okay.
There's a lot to talk about. The new president this afternoon, his relationship with Mrs. Bush, his dancing. I like the reference there to some famous guy, as if he were not. We're going to go up and down the parade route, talk about George Bush, watch the parade. We'll be back in just a moment.
ABC News coverage of the bicentennial inauguration, brought to you by the makers of all natural pan and AT&T, the right choice. ABC News coverage of the 1989 presidential inauguration continues. Once again, Peter Jennings.
Well, you heard President Bush himself say it a short while ago to the leadership of the Senate and the House. The parade is about to begin. There's Pennsylvania Avenue. The crowd is gathering. Here's the route. It's probably the most familiar walking route in the country. It's really pretty easy. You leave the Capitol, you go out the door, you turn left, you head down Pennsylvania Avenue. It's about 1.5 miles, 1.6 miles. Go up 15th Street, turn left at the Treasury, down past what they call the Court of Honor, right in front of the White House. And all along the route there, ABC correspondents are waiting to report on this, what Mr. Bush called the People's Day. Let's listen first to Carol Simpson, who's out there. What is this revolution on your hands I hear about, Carol?
Peter, I'm at 13th and Pennsylvania, which is called Freedom Square, and there are bleachers here for about 2,000 people, and some very important people, including Congressional Medal of Honor winners and members of the Quayle family, and the crew members of the USS Finback that fished George Bush out of the ocean when he was shot down during World War II. But I've got some people here from Connecticut who are very upset about what's happening. What's wrong?
Well, basically, we paid $100 apiece for the tickets. We were assured a premium seat on the parade route, and our view was completely obstructed by these good folks who were standing in front of us, apparently on some sort of a step up here, and I don't think the committee's done a good job.
The people are 10 to 12 deep.
10 to 12 deep. We can't even see the road from where we're sitting, which is the fourth row. And at 100 hours a seat, and all you see is people's back. It's a little disappointing at this point.
So what are you going to do?
Well, at this point, we're not sure what we can do. Try to get a hold of somebody from the parade committee and hope that they'll be able to correct the problem for us. But until then, we don't see any of the parade until the police or somebody will get out there and move some of these people out of our way.
Well, maybe you'll see the tops of the floats. That's it from 13th in Pennsylvania. Back to you, Peter.
David, go ahead.
The taller floats.
The taller floats. Yeah, I don't think you'd get anybody from the parade committee today, gentlemen, but we can give you a glimpse of the floats now because Bill Greenwood is over in the staging area where many of these floats have already gathered. We have more bands, more horses. Do you know how many of what, Bill?
Well, actually, Peter, there'll be 214 units in the parade. I can't tell you exactly how many bands, but they are as far as the eye can see. Behind me here is the Needham Broughton High School Band from Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm in a staging area halfway between the Capitol and the Washington Monument. And there are literally wall-to-wall bands from here to the Capitol to the White House. We have band lock, you might call it. No one can move until the parade starts. The bands, which have now formed at the foot of the Capitol, will make a U-turn, go down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House, and they'll start moving along behind me until this parade ends, perhaps an hour and a half or 2 hours from now.
Well, Bill, I must tell you, the Republican National Committee says it's going to be 2 hours on the nose. We've all got a lot of money riding on that one. And
Which way? Which way?
One way. We are not going to overwhelm you either with facts and figures this afternoon, but we'll tell you this much. There are 53 high school and college marching units alone, not to mention the military bands, at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, right before the presidential reviewing stand. ABC's Barry Serafin. What's it like down there, Barry?
Well, Peter, it's been filling up down here in the past hour or so, and these are some of the best seats in the House. They are right, as you can see, adjacent to the presidential reviewing stand, which is about a block away. And these are expensive seats. They run $75 to $100 a piece. But people are in a good mood. It is clearly not going to rain on George Bush's parade. About an hour ago, it was quite gray and cold out here. Now the sun is skipping in and out, and everybody's in a pretty good mood. A lot of people who are filling these seats are people who worked for Mr. Bush during his campaign, and they have extra reason to celebrate out here today.
Okay, Barry, thanks very much. Jeff Greenfield did such a good job analyzing the president's inaugural address this morning. We gave him the best seat for the parade. Jeff, you are right opposite where the president's going to sit.
That's right. Actually, the best seats in the House are over my shoulder where the president and the vice president will view. I have to tell you, Peter, I was offered huge bribes by longtime liberal colleagues of mine to describe things in the parade like the ballooning federal deficit balloon and other problems for George Bush. I just want you to know I'm not going to do that because I am a real journalist. But this is the...
How much do they offer you, Jeff?
We'll find out how much of a real journalist you really are.
Not enough, obviously, Peter. But this is the place, this is one of the great rewards, you know, in any inaugural, is the right to sit in the reviewing stand and watch with the president. And in fact, what the problems that Carol was talking about is symptomatic of one thing that's gone on this week. This is the time when hundreds, if not thousands, of people come from all over America, pay huge sums of money to go to inaugural balls and galas and discover just how insulted you can be by spending several thousands of dollars. The principal statement at every ball tonight will be, how long does it take to get a drink around this place?
I'm not sure you know the answer to this, but who is going to sit over there with the president and the vice president and their families besides the Bush grandchildren?
No, it's going to be Bush families. It's going to be top, the cabinet, top White House staff people, and I assume those who have a special familial relationship with the Bush family.
Okay, we shall hopefully recognize them as the afternoon goes by. There are grand marshals for this parade. Bob Hope and Chuck Yeager are the inaugural parade's honorary grand marshals. I assume they will ride.
They will ride up front in a convertible at the head of the parade and probably never say a word, even Bob Hope. I'm sure he'll never say a word.
Is this the biggest parade in the country? I don't know the answer to that one either.
I don't know.
It's the most expensive.
Rose Bowl, is
this whole inauguration has been the most expensive of
$30 million is the figure we put on it.
Well, that's for the whole thing, the dances and all of that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. You say the parade itself, Barbara, is the most expensive?
I don't know if the parade is. I was speaking about the whole inauguration. People may wonder what they missed 4 years ago. It seems like a long time since we've seen a parade, and it is, because remember 4 years ago it was so cold the parade was canceled, and it's been 8 years since we have had the fun of watching an inauguration parade.
What, in fact, I think actually does happen in terms of people participating in the parade is that they raise the money themselves to come. I think there was, or is, I'm not sure, only one state in the Union which was not represented because it couldn't raise money, which is what, North Dakota?
North Dakota.
They finally did.
They finally did raise some money. And I know that the Republican National Committee helped in some instances, like Alaska, I think, had some difficulty getting the kind of representation it wanted to have. This question of money, though, is... a semi-controversial. $30 million to throw this whole inaugural. Worth it? Not worth it?
Well,
to use the money elsewhere?
The whole business of giving, of corporations giving $100,000, being able to donate, the big corporations kind of getting their let's say, by giving this huge amount of money. The interest-free loans that they're expecting to pay back through through all of the festivities that are taking place. It's all legal and it's all fine, but it's a lot of money.
Well, on paper, it's all quite pristine. They lend $100,000 to the inaugural committee so they can put up these grandstands and all of this stuff without interest. The theory being that after they sell tickets, they will pay them back. Somehow, they usually don't get paid back. Sometimes they get a part of it. Sometimes they get nothing. Depending on how it turns out. In, I believe, the first Reagan inaugural, they had money left over, and they put it into some kind of scholarship fund. So you can make your own judgment about that.
But it is, above all today, a chance to sort of renew this statement about democracy. We were joined this morning, and we're joined again this afternoon by Professor Henry Graff, who is the presidential historian from Columbia University, New York. Professor Graff,
yes.
Where does the parade fit in this long historical evolution?
The parade began in the 1840s and has grown and grown, and it's a way of making what used to be simply a republic a democracy, and the ability to introduce a president without all the folderol and all the ritual that other countries use for monarchs. It gives Americans a special feeling. They can march, they can make noise, they can build floats. There's no pattern for it. It's very American, and it is richly deserved by a people that turned away from aristocracy and made itself into the land that many used to call the land of the common man. And I guess we'd say today, the land of the common man and the common woman.
Or the people's day, as George Bush put it. Let me take you back to this morning for a second, because in the course of your career, I suspect you've read every inaugural address many times. How did George Bush do, in your view?
George Bush was in the classic tradition. In the early history of the Republic, the speeches were longer, for the most part. I think that one of the things that characterized those early speeches was that the president seemed to outdo each other every 4 years in describing God. He was the old provider of events. He was the great master of the universe. It seemed as if that was part of the special feature. That's been dropped. The reference to God was clear and direct, as I think the speech was.
I was a little surprised to see George Bush start with an actual formal prayer, were you?
That's been common recently. You remember that General Eisenhower did that, and it was part of the Reagan first inaugural, and it was, if I remember correctly, something that Jimmy Carter did. I guess we expect that. Prayers by presidents are relatively rare. The first one in modern times that I recall was Roosevelt's prayer on D-Day. And that was a very impressive thing on radio. And somehow that is palely reflected today in what presidents do in their inaugurals.
Okay, nice to have you with us again this afternoon. Hope you enjoy the parade, among other things. And we'll be back in just a moment.
ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues after these messages and a word from our local stations. That was 1977, and this is ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89. Once again, Peter Jennings.
What do you do when you're waiting for the inauguration parade to begin? Well, you can stand out there in Pennsylvania Avenue on a nice afternoon and watch George Bush on your handheld monitor get into his brand new $600,000 limousine on the east side of the Capitol. Has 197 miles on the odometer.
No.
And it begins.
No cash back even.
We were talking a little bit about this morning about the tradition and form of inauguration parades. Some of George Bush's staff were a little concerned that even having spent all this money on a car, which is got an enormous amount of that money devoted to its security that you wouldn't be able to see the president very well. It's its first test today. There's no more riding, David, as you said, in open cars whatsoever.
And we have a bulletproof, we're going to have a bulletproof screen, that glass screen in front of the viewing stand, and that only happened under President Nixon. We take it for granted today.
Jim Wooten's up there in the rotunda as the president leaves. What's been going up in your neck of the woods, Jim?
Well, Peter, one of the interesting things that happened was when President Reagan was departing out here on the East Front, he was accompanied, as you'll recall, by, here's some dishes going by into the statuary hall there where the dinner just finished. He was accompanied by the new president and Barbara Bush and by James Baker. And after he left, Mr. Bush told Marlon Fitzwater that he had a very, very tough time trying not to cry. He said, after all, we had an awful lot of good times together. Then standing a few paces behind was the Secretary of State designate who was crying his eyes out. Inside the luncheon here today, one interesting thing I noted was that they presented President Bush with a very large photograph of his inauguration. I don't know what the process was, but it was fairly quick.
Okay, while we wait for President Bush to leave the east side of the Capitol, I asked what do people do along the inaugural route. Well, this man has been painting the Willard Hotel, past which the president will pass, where Franklin Pierce and Calvin Coolidge and Harry Truman lived at one point, where Abraham Lincoln lived before his inauguration. There's another glimpse of the parade route. It is the most astonishing Washington institution, the Willard, David, isn't it?
Well, it's a 19th century hotel that has recently been totally done over and is now quite handsome and is very popular and is filled up all the time, I think. Now, I'm not sure I believe this, but I have heard it numerous times. So many presidents have stayed in the Willard, and so many lobbyists, we now call them, congregated in the lobby of the hotel trying to get something when the president passed through, that the term lobbyist originated in this hotel.
In the lobby of
In the lobby of this hotel. I say I'm not sure I believe it, but that's what they say.
What an interesting point. Julia Ward Howe, I find in my research, wrote the battle hymn of the Republic there in 1861 on hotel stationery, and Martin Luther King wrote the I Have a Dream speech while he was in the Willard Hotel. And of course, Freedom Square, from where Carol Simpson has been reporting today, has been named Freedom Square in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King. Sheila Cast up on the east side of the Capitol. Sheila?
Hello, Peter. We're trying to figure out what the delay is here. President and Mrs. Bush have been... Oh, Coates! It was Coates. They were apparently waiting for Coates. The first part of the motorcade seems to be gearing up. And they are only about half hour behind schedule, I guess. When President Bush came out, some reporters called, did you get a budget compromise yet? Because he had spent so much time, extra time, inside with members of Congress, but he just gave a thumbs-up sign and didn't really answer.
Have you had a chance to talk to any members of Congress during lunch as to how this inaugural speech was received?
No, Peter, we haven't been able to get that close to any members because they were inside at the luncheon. This out here has been primarily Secret Service agents and others waiting to escort the president on his first trip in the new limousine.
There you get a look at the symbols of contemporary world and with the world in which we presently live. Those are flower pots on the east side of the Capitol. They're security. They essentially block the access to the Capitol itself. And if you see that first car rolling over something right there, that is one of those tank traps almost that rises up out of the ground, and you cannot get into the Capitol because it's up all the time or out without the cooperation of the security guard. It is the age in which we live.
Interesting point in Bush's toast. He was paying tribute to Congress, and he said he hopes they thrive and prosper. Well, at a time when they're trying to raise their wages, I halfway expected them to stand up and say, we're trying.
You know, you were talking about the $100 place ticket on this parade route. We should point out that the people you see standing on flagpoles or fire hydrants and so forth, they don't have to pay. I mean, if you just want to stand, it's free, and the tickets go from, I think, what, about $12 or $12.50 up to the $100. There aren't that many $100 seats. Also, Washington is at its most beautiful, isn't it, David? When you look at it now, everything's so clean and fresh, and
I think sorry, David, what really impressed us, and I know impressed David this morning, was the whole refurbished west side of the Capitol.
Yes, it's been shabby looking forever.
And the White House has been repainted recently. It's whiter than it's been for a long time.
It had 35 coats of white paint.
George Will is with us again. Our ABC commentator, syndicated columnist. George, how do you sense Washington is at this moment?
Well, I think Washington's fairly tranquil. There are hats and horns, and there's every limousine in the East Coast. And clearly tonight we're going to have the one infallible sign of an American celebration, which is a horrendous traffic jam. But in fact, it is a remarkable continuity established here on the part of the Republican Party transferring power from one member to another. The big difference, Peter, that I detected in the rhetoric of the speech this morning was the stress by Mr. Bush that comes straight from his father and from his family on service and stewardship. Traditionally, Republicans have come to Washington sort of under duress, thinking they'd come here, get it out of the way like jury duty, and go home. In George Bush, you have a man who has made a lifelong career out of government. And so when he said in the New Orleans convention that he didn't hate government, he was telling something, I think something useful to the Republican Party.
Anything in George Bush's speech this morning, George, which you didn't expect to hear?
Well, I was a little surprised. It's not a big point. A little surprised for him to say that he was going to cleanse the country of cocaine, because we can tell him right now he's failed and will fail, because that's a problem simply beyond the scope of the federal government at this point. But no, I thought it was a workmanlike speech. Standing there in front of Ronald Reagan, he did not make the mistake of trying to match the previous act. It was his own tone of voice, which is again a sign of what is, I think, interested and pleased a lot of people in Washington, which is the new self-confidence of George Bush. In a way, Peter, it took an act of real self-confidence for him to put together an administration of so many people who were brought here by Ronald Reagan, who were conspicuously insiders. He didn't go for the flamboyant fresh faces routine. He said, this is a complicated business. We need a professional governing class. They're here at hand, and I'm not going to have novelty for its own sake.
George, in your role as a columnist, you've not always been kindly disposed to President Bush. In fact, you've been rather harsh on him at times. So are you are you more impressed by George Bush during this transition than you anticipated being?
I think there's no question of the fact that actually, Peter, it began before the transition. It began the moment Ronald Reagan walked off the tarmac to leave the New Orleans convention. George Bush stopped being so much a derivative person. After he lost his race for the Senate in 1970, he was always in a position in government where his fortunes depended on pleasing others. And that's a very awkward and in some ways debilitating position to be in. Since he has been his own man, he has been showing a kind of confidence and forthrightness and serenity that is quite welcome.
I'm a little surprised that so many of you in Washington appear to have missed this. David, you said it yesterday about the opportunities George Bush had to upstage the president.
He passed up all of them. He never once did it. I tried to get him on television one Sunday when he was in Rome. He had an afternoon free. He was doing something that made him look good. And I asked him to be on the air and tell us about it, and he declined because he was afraid Ronald Reagan would think he was trying to upstage him.
One of the results of this is that so many newspapers, editorialists have said that he comes in without the vision that Ronald Reagan had, without the strategic plan that President Reagan had. And we asked him about that. We said, what about a vision? Everybody says you don't have one. And he said, I do have one, and I'm quoting now, it is a world at peace. He said, there are a lot of people who don't have it the way they should, and I want an America whose people are better off. If that's a vision, it's at least a hope. And then he also said that the difference is that I'm not starting anything new the way President Reagan did 8 years ago. I am building on what the president has. But he does, I mean, there are places now that you hear where he will disagree with what the president said and even criticize a bit.
Well, I don't think we're necessarily put this argument to bed at this point. But, George, let me get one more comment from you on this. Well, David, so many people appear to have been surprised that George Bush is his own man.
Well, he has been in positions, particularly in this last position, where self-effacement was the first and, as vice president, almost the only duty you have. But I'd like to pick up, Peter, on something David said when he said that he was so reluctant during the transition to perhaps upstage the president. Remember when the president was shot in March 1981?
George, let me interrupt you for a second so that we don't have any sense of alarm. There's a hot dog truck on fire somewhere along the parade route.
Pork rinds, Peter, pork rinds.
The pork rinds have gone up in flames.
Is it a hot dog wagon?
Well, that's what I'm told in my ear. At any rate, it is nothing. There is nothing untoward.
Nobody's going to get hurt.
Exactly. George, please continue.
Well, what I was saying is that when the president was shot, the vice president was out of town on an airplane. He landed at Andrews Air Force Base, and they wanted to rush him to the White House, and they wanted to do that by helicopter and land him on the White House lawn. Without hesitating, Vice President Bush said, no, only the president lands on the White House lawn in a helicopter, and he came by car. So he does have, again, through long service in government, an acute sensitivity to some of the nuances of power.
Okay, nice to have you, George Will, with us this afternoon. Please don't go away. This may be one of the reasons the parade is being delayed, and it is considerably delayed at the moment. It may be just a simple question of everybody on the communications security net wanting to be exactly sure what's going on. But as you can see, the policemen walking between the van on fire and the others seem not to be in any great hurry nor alarmed.
It's right beside the Treasury there on 15th Street.
But it would be tough right now, I would think, to get a fire engine there or something. You'd have to get through that whole parade route with security.
Nothing but a fire engine can get there, I think.
It is actually not on the parade route. It's within sight of the route, but it's not right there. And the word has gone forth, and the president's limousine now is just on the verge of the Capitol, and we'll turn left and head off. ABC's Brent Hume is out there on the parade route. In fact, he is on one of the flatbed trucks accompanying the president. I'm not sure we can make contact with him, but Britt, let us try. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Peter. I hear you fine. And
what's going on?
I'm just ahead of the limousine as it's about to make this turn. And I wanted to add a little something to the comments that George Will and others were making about the vice president, now the president's speech.
Britt, before you do that, can you tell us what's happening and why the delay?
Well, I can't possibly, Peter. They were delayed coming out of the building, and we all know that the lunch went on longer than we thought. And some elements of the parade are just getting started, but beyond that, I don't know.
Okay, now you wanted to talk about the president's speech.
You remember I said earlier that Jesse Jackson was on hand, and he said that he had not attended any of the either of the Reagan inaugurals. And I asked him after the speech what he thought of it, and he gave me that famous thumbs up that he likes to give, with his thumb kind of bent back in the way that only he can do it. And he said that he thought, you know, with Reagan it had been a very different atmosphere, and that this was a speech about outreach, about inclusion, and it had set exactly the right tone. Of course, he reserved the right to disagree with policies and said so. And the senators that I spoke to that were there also said that they thought it had been a very good speech, set just the right tone. So in that respect, Peter, I think that he's done what they wanted to hear him do.
Well, again, a question for you, Britt, first, and then for David. There's an unusual sensitivity in the nation's capital. The population here is 70% black, not kindly disposed towards President Reagan. Britt, Mr. Bush has been reaching out a little more to the black community.
I think that's true, Peter. I wouldn't associate that so much with the situation in Washington, D.C. per se. George Bush has always believed that civil rights was an important and vital thing. He believes that he had a good civil rights record when he served in Congress. It's a cause that he cares about. He's always thought it was possible for the Republican Party, and particularly for him, to reach out to blacks, and he's tried to do that. I don't think the election results have shown that he's succeeded particularly, but it is something that he personally cares about very much and would like to do.
I guess the point I was making, David, is that there has not been an awful lot of interest in the black population of Washington, D.C., as best we can tell, in the inauguration. Well, if you're still feeling left outside.
If you're talking strictly political terms, it's probably true, because the vote in presidential years in Washington, D.C. is about 90% Democratic, and there's no way anybody can change it. But George Bush has been trying very hard, and I believe with some success, to change the perception among some Americans that Republicans are the country club party, that they ride in Cadillacs and they play golf and they wear lime green pants with ducks embroidered on, that sort of thing. He's trying to change it. He's trying to be very informal.
And Barbara, Mrs. Bush is doing her bit, too.
I just want to add one thing to what David's saying. He also has a very good personal relationship with Jesse Jackson. He genuinely likes him. He talked with us about that. They have an easy relationship, and where Jackson is very critical of Ronald Reagan and somewhat vice versa, it is not the case with Vice President Bush. Mrs. Bush, of course, feels very strongly, particularly about the homeless and the mothers who do not have husbands or fathers to help support them, and this is going to be something that she says she's going to try to spend her efforts on.
Mrs. Bush is going to have a black press secretary, or
she
press secretary who I said who is black.
She is black.
Which is a very visible job in Washington.
Mm-hmm. And she specifically wanted that, and she has a very good and very nice woman with her. One of the things that we asked Mr. Bush was whether he agreed with Ronald Reagan, who said that many of the homeless were homeless because they wanted to be. Bush said right out, no, I don't agree. I feel it's a national shame, is the way he put it.
Britt Hume again.
To add to what Barbara was saying earlier about Bush liking Jackson, I asked Jackson, I said, you like this man, don't you? And he said, yes, I do. It's almost impossible not to. And you'll remember, of course, the little scene at the White House when Jackson had gone in to visit Bush and with his son with him, and they came outside and stood and talked to reporters with Jackson at his side, the two kidding each other, very comfortable. These two men get along, at least on a personal level, and I think that that is one of the things, one of the kinds of things that you're going to see George Bush well able to do, and that is to establish a good personal relationship with people with whom he has very great differences politically. And I suspect that that's going to be an asset to him, particularly in dealing with Congress.
Okay, Britt, thanks very much. As the President said this morning, using the power to help the people. And if inaugural addresses are about themes, and they certainly are, then that is one of them, which Mr. Bush put forward this morning, using power to help people. We want to tell our... Oh, that didn't take him very long at all. There had been some anticipation that the President might get out of the car and walk the route. Jimmy Carter was the last person to do so. It terrifies the Secret Service. Well, he's out, hardly left Capitol Hill, and he's out of the car. It may just be simply impatience with having sat in the car this long.
He's not even down the hill yet. Hasn't reached Pennsylvania Avenue yet.
We clearly want to tell our stations all across the country that this afternoon's parade coverage, which our stations had anticipated might be over by 3 o'clock Eastern time, is not going to be. It is just beginning. And there they are, walking.
Aren't you amazed that, well, I guess you have a certain adrenaline just by being involved, but they must be exhausted with everything they've had to do, and all the relatives, and still a big schedule tomorrow and Sunday. If so, it doesn't show.
Yeah, I think you said it, Barbara, the miraculous powers of adrenaline.
At one of the functions last night, hundreds of people, thousands of people, George Bush said, as he stood up and talked to the crowd, this was an exhausting and inhumane process. Which you might say it is. It goes on too long, keeps you up all day and all night.
They go back to the White House tonight, and Mrs. Bush had said, let me tell you who's going to be there tonight. George's mother, her nurse, a doctor, 10 children, 10 grandchildren, George and myself, and 3 ladies who are going to help with the babies. While we are watching this, the White House is putting cots up for the grandchildren to sleep on. They are moving in the furniture and all those crates that Mrs. Bush has been packing. And it must be busy, busy, busy in there for everyone, because when they walk back into that White House, it is theirs and their apartment and their things there.
28 members of the Bush family will sleep in the White House tonight.
I think that's great.
I'm going to... Britt Hume, I hope you can still hear us, because I'm going to... risk something you shouldn't say in Washington, which is that we've just seen a truly spontaneous gesture from the Bushes. I think we all knew they were going to get out of the car, but we all thought it was going to be about a mile further along Pennsylvania Avenue. What do you think? All right, it's hard to hear
Peter,
because
Peter, I can hear you now. We're breaking up a little bit here, but this has certainly done something to energize this crowd. It was a very sort of sedate and appreciative group before, and now that the Vice President and the President and Mrs. Bush are out, people are running along behind the main part of the crowd to try to get a glimpse of them, and it has energized the crowd enormously on both sides of the parade route. What was people sort of applauding and looking on politely has turned into people cheering, people climbing on each other's shoulders to try to see, and along both sidewalks, people running frantically to try to get into position to catch a glimpse of the man outside of his car.
Well, now, has he surprised you by getting out so early?
Well, nothing this guy does surprises me in this respect, Peter. This is a man who cannot keep still. I wouldn't be surprised to tell you that. Peter, I wouldn't be surprised if he stopped along the parade route to get a pizza.
Oh, that's a wonderful line, Britt. That one goes into the book. The reason I emphasize this spontaneity or lack thereof is because the Bush staff was very candid before the inauguration. Said it's impossible to do anything spontaneous anymore, because if you tell one person you want to do something, the news spreads all over town. He talked about being in Iowa.
Getting back into the car.
He talked about being in Iowa and telling one person that maybe about 14 miles down the road they'd stop, and they stopped, and there were a dozen sheriffs there.
But Peter, one of the things that he's talked about is wanting to get out of the White House, unlike President Reagan. He says he's going to go to the grocery store if he feels like it and buy bagels. They went out last week, the Bushes went out last week to a restaurant just before he went off fishing. Mrs. Bush says she's going to go out jogging, and she can probably go to the Vice President's mansion because there's a place there to jog. I wonder, how much is he going to be able to get out?
Well, this is a very serious conversation about freedom and about democracy, on which I know David has some very strong views. So as soon as we come back, let's talk about it some more as we get a brief glimpse of the ERA signs along Pennsylvania Avenue. We'll be right back.
From our nation's capital, ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues. Once again, Peter Jennings.
Pennsylvania Avenue, 3 o'clock Eastern time, lovely sunny day. President Bush and Mrs. Bush are on their way home. And Vice President Quayle and Mrs. Quayle have also been out of the car, waving to, as Britt Hume described it, a crowd made just that much more enthusiastic by the presence of the President and the Vice President outside the car and not encased in those bulletproof limousines, which brings me to my subject of security. David, you think it's just too much of it, don't you?
Well, I think George Bush thinks there's too much of it. He, as Barbara has just said, has told us that he would like to be able to leave the White House occasionally, go to the grocery store, go to a bakery, go to wherever he wants to go.
That is security.
That's an agent up on top of, can't tell what building it is at the moment. Anyway, all the rooftops are covered by men with machine guns. If it is excessive, if you say to the Secret Service that they're overdoing it, they will say to you, and truthfully, that in recent years, one president has been murdered and another was almost killed, and a third one has been shot at, Gerald Ford. I think it is also true, however, that in no case were they able to protect them. So I don't know how much security is too much. I don't know that there can ever be enough to protect a president in public when somebody really is out to shoot him.
But there is a feeling among some in Washington, some in the country, isn't there, that the bureaucracy of security has become so enormous as to be almost oppressive.
Well, it has, and very often the public can't see the president for the security people around him, depending on where he is, what they think the risk is. It has become a very large and very expensive operation.
George, well, let me ask you the same question. David says you can't see the president for the security around him. Is that a bad advertisement for democracy?
I don't think so. I mean, when you have a country of 250 million people, you're going to have 6 or 7 nuts in them, and you don't know where they are at any given time. There's no sense that the country itself is full of menace and division and passion these days. The point is that's irrelevant. The general climate of the country is irrelevant. The Secret Service is an enormous apparatus, by and large there to protect the president from a tiny, trivial minority that is utterly unpredictable.
Henry Graff, what is your response to this? The sort of wall of security between the president and the people?
The wall of security, of course, is breached by television. And although presidents now rarely can be in public and they can't wander around the city of Washington as, let's say, William Henry Harrison did doing the White House shopping, caught pneumonia and died, but they can't do that any longer. Nevertheless, we know our presidents better than ever before. They come into our living rooms. It may be a matter of thought for all of us that throughout most of our history, until the last 35 years or so, most Americans had no idea what their president looked like. But for years, they had a picture of Washington or a picture of Lincoln, and the rest were just gray eminences in Washington. We know our presidents well. I think also that the presidency is wherever the president is. He's no longer only in the White House. He can travel from one end of the country to the other, make a public appearance. I'm not worried about the security. I think there are nuts out there. I think the gun culture is loose in the world. I think politicians and presidents, of course, are prime examples, are simply people who draw fire. Professional athletes don't draw fire. Politicians do. They seem to say to the rest of the world, look at me, I have power over you. And they're vulnerable.
Interesting.
I'm all for the present security.
And you make a very interesting point that, that television has enabled the country to vault over that wall and sees more of the president now than it has in the past. Jeff Greenfield at the White House. An observation on this?
Yes, two quick ones. When I went to work on Capitol Hill 20 years ago, in 1967, before the state of violence, the security compared to today was as if it was another planet. Going into the Senate yesterday to get my credentials for today, I was profoundly depressed, and I am almost every time I go into the Capitol or the Senate, by the metal detectors and the degree of security. I'm not saying it isn't necessary or provoked by what's happened, but it is a different kind of country now, a different kind of government, less accessible than it was. And I think the second thing is, I remember vividly a picture of John Kennedy the summer of 1963 where he was swimming in an ocean. He had come out on a public beach and there was a crowd of ordinary Americans thrilled and stunned to see this man, their president, standing there with a big grin on his face saying, see, here I am. If George Bush is able to reassert the prerogative of a president to go out and be an ordinary person, I devoutly hope the press does not take it as a personal affront. It seems to me that is something that would not only be good for George Bush, but good for the country, to remind us that a president has ordinary impulses and should not be treated as an imperial, constantly threatened individual.
Interesting point, Jeff. Barbara.
Two things. One, tomorrow, President and Mrs. Bush are having an open house. Anybody can line up and come into the White House, I think, from 8 a.m. to 11 until the line is closed off just for lack of time. That's something that has not been done. The other thing is that it is...
Can I just interject there for a second? It was, the last time it was done by a president, the place was invaded by rowdies, and they had to put free booze out in the lawn to get the rowdies out of the White House.
not in modern times. It has. Well, let's hope
Andrew Jackson.
But the other thing is that it's not just security, it's how much the president is insulated. And we have now a president who has a great variety of friends, everything from motion picture producers to his buddies from Yale, his friends from Maine. He has a huge family of divergent opinions, so that even if he can't go out as much, he does have much more, many more people coming into him than we had under President Reagan or even President Carter.
And some of them are already there on the north lawn of the White House. Ann Compton. Annie?
Yes, Peter.
You've got family with you.
We have family. We have Neil Bush and son Pierce. Now, Pierce doesn't want to be interviewed. He wants to get back down and watch that parade. Neil, did you know that the president was going to get out of the motorcade and walk?
I really didn't, but it's not surprising to me. They're fairly spontaneous people, a little bit like Pierce.
You do that to your grandfather.
Leave him alone. Of what this White House is going to be like.
The whole family is supposed to be somewhat spontaneous. Is that what we're going to see in this administration?
I think so. I think you're going to see some pretty interesting things out of my mother as First Lady, traveling around the country, trying to help make things better for other people, and hopefully you'll see a bunch of these little kids running around in the backyard and the front yard of this White House. It's going to be exciting.
Let him talk.
When you left the House this morning, you all told me that you hadn't seen a copy of the inaugural address.
I had not, and it was great. It was just perfect. It set the right tone,
And it's great the way he's calling on all of America to pitch in and try to make this country better.
Like.
Pierce, where do you want to go right now? I want to go to the parade. I'm going to let him go. Peter?
I should hope so. I was just hoping, Annie, that Pierce's attitude towards you is not a reflection of how the president's going to feel about the press.
Well, one of the things we talked about the president with off the record this morning was to make sure that we have daycare facilities at Kennebunkport this summer.
Spoken by a correspondent with how many children? 4?
4, 8, 7, 5, and 3.
Thanks very much for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Bush. Let them go to the parade, please.
Of course.
Peter, one of the reasons that Mrs. Bush is so interested in literacy is because of this son, Neil, who has dyslexia. And it is said that it was he who inspired her to try to make everyone able to read, not only those with learning disabilities like her son, but a country in which so many members can't read.
We will be back in just a minute for the continuation of this presidential escort on Pennsylvania Avenue, and then the parade. The parade hasn't even begun. But first, a word from your local stations.
ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues after this message from our local stations.
In a phrase, he's out again. Not even exactly sure where they are on Pennsylvania Avenue at the moment, but President and Mrs. Bush are out of the car again. And while you at home have been watching a commercial perhaps, or someone on your local station, I've been fascinated to sit here listening to Barbara Walters and David Brinkley enthuse about having children in the White House again.
I'd be delighted. When was the last time we saw anything as engaging as that little kid squirming, grabbing the microphone, saying, I want to go see the parade?
John Kennedy, climbing under his father's desk.
Exactly, 20-odd years ago. I think it'll add a great quality to it. Happy to see it.
What do you think it will add, really?
Interest. Everyone loves to see children. I do. I've got 4, and I wish I had more. The White House generally and the presidency generally are thought of as, shall I say, senior citizenry. So it's a pleasure to see these kids.
Take us back a bit in history, David. Did presidents in the last century at all, or at the turn of the century, get as much mileage, pleasure out of their children?
Don't give us your personal experience. We realize that we're not suggesting that you saw it yourself.
I don't know, Peter. Generally speaking, I think in the hidebound days of the Victorians, who were the generation behind us, 2 generations behind us, I believe it was thought proper for children to be kept out of sight, put in charge of a nanny.
Well, we had teenagers when Lyndon Johnson was there. You know, we all watched what was going to happen to Lucy and Linda. We had a wedding there under Richard Nixon. We had Tricia Nixon getting married there. At least we had
Margaret Truman?
Margaret Truman, that's right. But we had a little, you know, will they have boyfriends, won't they have boyfriends? It's just been in the last 8 years that we have not only seen no children, no grandchildren, with the exception of Maureen at the White House. We haven't really seen children at all. We haven't seen young people, young faces, and the kind of fun and nonsense that brings.
Amy Carter.
Amy, well, yes.
Is another.
How soon I forget, yeah. Amy Carter walked in the parade, remember?
Exactly, and I think was one of those children, Tricia Nixon perhaps another, who went on very much to regret the kind of attention that they got. Amy Carter was at, what, Brown University in Rhode Island, and had protested against the recruiting, I think, by the CIA or someone on campus.
Right.
And we covered her trial like nobody's business. We didn't give her a moment's peace.
Didn't Amy get kicked out of school?
I think she left.
Or did she leave?
Yeah. And by the way, when was the last time you saw a picture of Tricia Nixon? And if you do, you won't recognize her. She looks so different.
Let's listen to our presidential historian again. Professor Graff, what do you think of all this?
Well, presidents' children have been very important in the history of the White House. General Grant took his own son into battle, and so he was very up front. Frederick Dent Grant, the son of Ulysses Grant. Theodore Roosevelt's children brought a pony into the Blue Room of the White House. Remember that one of Woodrow Wilson's daughters married Secretary of the Treasury. So it's an old story. Actually, the Roosevelt children lit up the world the way apparently the Bush children and grandchildren are going to, because they came upon the scene after the McKinleys. The McKinleys had had one child, died in infancy, and it was a very lonely, grim, ailing White House. And the Theodore Roosevelt children were luminous, not least of whom was Alice Roosevelt, who was a news center herself. Theodore Roosevelt wrote very interesting letters to his children and illustrated them with marvelous pen and ink sketches. They've been published. I don't know that Mr. Bush has that capacity, but the business of presidents and their children is very old. President Tyler had 13 children, and that must have been a busy White House, too.
Professor Graff, thank you very much. I knew we invited you here for a reason today. Thank you, kind sir. Carol Simpson.
Hello?
In Freedom Square, Carol.
I can't see anything.
And she didn't even pay $100 not to see anything.
Carol Simpson is down there right about where the president's limousine is at the moment. Carol?
Well, I wish I had a television set, Peter, because I can't see a thing. I'm sure you're seeing more than I am. I'm about 12 deep behind the crowd here. They are passing right by. A lot of excitement, a lot of cheering.
Is that where people were complaining that they bought seats and couldn't see anything?
That's right. This is the place.
Well, now you can see why. There's a wall of people in front of them.
And they paid nothing.
Paid nothing.
We see standing there.
In fact, Carol, I gather you're standing right beside someone who came a long way to see this parade and is also slightly miffed.
Peter, I'm not standing near him. I'm making my way to him. If you can hang on and come back to me, I'll get to him.
Okie dokie. We'll hang on for a second while Carol makes her way through this. David, again, I defer here. This is your town. Big crowd, though, it looks like.
Well, those are grandstands built there. That's 13th Street, crossing 13th Street. And coming up to the two big hotels at 14th, one of them being the Willard, which we talked about a minute ago. Somewhere in that crowd is Carol. You see the grandstand that goes up? If you sit at the bottom of it, you can't see anything.
This whole inaugural escort, this whole presidential escort, of course, goes back to George Washington. Jefferson, you were talking, I guess, yesterday about, to match security and escort, about Abraham Lincoln coming back from the Capitol. Had to be surrounded by soldiers.
That must have been somebody else, Peter.
Really? I thought everything I heard interesting.
Well, it is true that it was during the Civil War, second inaugural, and he was escorted by troops wherever he went. The Grand Army of the Republic, or part of it, guarded him coming up Pennsylvania. You've seen there, we have photographs of that.
While we were talking about the children, I was thinking one of the things that we're going to relate to with the Bush family is that they have really gone through so much of the good and bad that so many people do if they have a lot of children and have been married for many years. Look at those sweet little sleepy faces. They had a child who died, Robin, when she was 4 years old. I talked about the one son, Neil, who has a learning disability, who has dyslexia. Their son, Marvin, a year or so ago, had an operation, a young man, had an operation for, I think it's called ileotis, is that it? Where he has to wear a bag for waste materials. Got in and out of the hospital, is feeling wonderfully well, but they have had their share of ups and downs and illnesses and joys, and we can relate to that.
George Will, what do you think about this business of presidential children and their impact on the nation?
Well, I think it's good. It certainly gives the country at least the illusion that the president, the people making public policy, is subject to the kind of pressures and anxieties that they feel, because most of the things that Americans feel most strongly about are their children. Peter, I'd like to go back just a minute to something David said.
But hold it, George. Before you get off that, you used the word illusion.
Well, look, let's face it, a president does not lead a life of normal pressures, expectations, and uncertainties, and there's no sense pretending, because you go out to the corner drugstore for an aspirin, that you are living life with the same pressures and uncertainties that other Americans are. But as I say, the illusion, the impression it matters in democracy.
But it is all important in terms of the presentation of the presidency, isn't it?
That is quite right.
Now, you wanted to say on another subject.
Well, back to David was talking about Lincoln in the second inaugural. We have pictures. There's a very famous photograph of Lincoln delivering the second inaugural, I believe the greatest speech in American history. And in the picture, clearly visible, in the crowd, sort of hanging on the Capitol where Lincoln was speaking, was John Wilkes Booth.
Really, I haven't seen that.
We keep talking about those children. We, I guess, should just say that there are 5 children, 4 sons and 1 daughter, and 10 grandchildren.
And we'll be back in just a moment.
ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues after this message.
Pennsylvania Avenue, the President and Mrs. Bush back in their limousine. You're right, they've turned the corner, Dave.
It's 15th Street now.
Right, they've turned the corner, coming up towards the Treasury, and making their way home, as we have said. I did it again. That's 3, they're not making their way, they're just proceeding along 15th Street. And out there on Pennsylvania Avenue, Carol Simpson has found the person she was looking for. Carol?
Yes, Peter, I'm with 2 people that have come a very long way to this inauguration, and you can tell by the way they're dressed, they're from California. Dr. Max Bennett is an allergist from Huntington Beach, California, and Christine Rybold is 16 years old, and she's a high school student. And let me briefly tell you why these 2 people have been joined together by fate and George Bush. At a rally in October in Cerritos, California, Christine collapsed, and it was Dr. Bennett who saved her life. And George Bush was so impressed by that, he wanted both of them to come to his inauguration. So how do you feel about being here, Dr. Bennett?
I feel wonderful. I will feel terrific to be involved in this type of a procedure where we're a nation of God and people, and Mr. Bush has epitomized that this is what we are and this is what we're going to be. And I have all the faith and confidence, and I know the love and compassion and tenderness that he showed to this beautiful girl, Christine, these few months ago.
And Christine, what is your reaction to being here?
I'm very excited to be here. It's a neat experience just to come here and get to meet the President and the Vice President of the United States.
So this is a time you'll never forget, huh?
Definitely never.
Well, we hope you warm up and hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you very much. Back to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, Carol. I want to get perhaps back to Britt Hume on the parade route and ask you, Britt, to perhaps expand on this business of George Bush remembering. I was watching someone on television yesterday morning who'd had a note from George Bush in 1944. Is he really as good at remembering people as the publicity notices say so at the moment?
Peter, my sense is that he is amazingly good at it. But I'm afraid you can't hear me very well, but I'll keep trying. My sense is that he's very good at doing that. You noticed it a little bit when he stood up there on the platform today on the Hill, called out to a couple of members of Congress, easily calling them by name. Of course, we would all know them. I want to make a point, Peter, that goes back to what we were saying and talking about Bush's this determination to try to appeal to blacks. I've been taking a kind of an eyeball census of this crowd, and I would have to say it is nearly all white. In fact, I think there are more blacks among the service people standing at attention on duty, standing at attention along the parade route than there are.
Okay, Britt, that's a microwave link because Britt is on a flatbed truck in the presidential procession at the moment, and there he goes again.
He's now directly in front of the White House.
But the point that Britt was trying to make there over the microwave static was that this crowd, in his view, as he's come along the procession route, is largely white. And in fact, Chris Wallace of ABC News, who was paying attention to this yesterday, found in the black community, in Washington at least, not an enormous amount of interest, as David, you were pointing out earlier, in this particular transition.
But I remember when we were covering this parade 8 years ago, what we were talking about most were the mink coats. It was the mink coat brigade. Remember, David? And I remember we talked to Benita Granville, who was some of us remember as a child star, who's an old friend of the Reagans. And she said, it's wonderful that they're wearing mink coats. It shows how one can prosper in this country. This is a capitalistic country. Well, we're not seeing quite as much of the mink coat brigade. It is a more, I don't know what, regular-looking.
Well, David used the word simplicity this morning, and we'll all be searching for words to identify the Bush presidency in time. But you're right, Barbara. It's less passion for showiness, don't you think?
Also, however, when we talk about the designer clothes, which we'll talk about a little bit, Mrs. Bush said, interestingly enough, she said, you know, I've worn designer clothes before, but nobody ever noticed, because she wasn't a little teeny tiny thing. I mean, this is not an unsophisticated woman. This is not a woman unused to running a wonderful house, and not a woman who doesn't care about the way she looks. But it's a different emphasis. It's a different style, I guess, David. I don't know how you would compare the two styles, but in general.
Well, there certainly is a difference. The Reagans came out of a California environment, which is generally, among their friends, very wealthy. And we're not reluctant to show it. You know, Bel Air is not exactly your ordinary middle American neighborhood. And the Bushes are not poor, but they have lived in, they say Texas, it's mostly been Maine.
29 different houses they've lived in
right.
44 years of marriage.
And plus the fact that, again, I think he is determined to try to change the image so many people have of the Republican Party.
They are right there on the edge of Lafayette Square in, as you pointed out, David, the high-price seats, and ABC's Barry Serafin is there. Barry? Well, that's the presidential reviewing box, and Barry Serafin is down there somewhere, but there's the Bush family in number and on the opposite side of the street. Jeff Greenfield, you're there in our best vantage point.
Yes, Peter, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, we had a temporary interruption by, I guess, some Democrats. George and Barbara Bush held hands as they left Pennsylvania Avenue on their way up to the reviewing stand.
Okay. I didn't hear him try.
To say that George Bush is a happy camper at this moment is an understatement. The weather has turned balmy. It was very, very cold this morning, but now that he's walking out, if you believe in divine intervention, and given the record of Republicans in recent elections, you might well, the weather has turned absolutely perfect for the new president. Peter?
Well, there's Frank Fahrenkopf, chairman of the Republican National Committee, former chairman of the Republican National Committee. It is now Lee Atwater, who will undoubtedly be there as well, and you are now inside the presidential reviewing stand.
Lee Atwater brought his 8-year-old daughter down to one of their inaugural offices and had her stuffing envelopes, and she did a very good job of it.
One of the more touching aspects, there's another grandchild, one of the more touching aspects today is the appearance of George Bush's mother. He said last week that he just hoped and prayed that she could make it. She has not been well. She is here with a nurse and a doctor, and he said she was living for this day to come and see her son inaugurated. We're going to see an awful lot of Mrs. Bush with various grandchildren in her arms, and I think that looks delightful.
Well, two of those there, I think, are George and Noel, who were Jeb Bush's children. Let's listen to Senator Quayle, Vice President Quayle, if we can.
What is that thing? Is that
a robot?
Oh, yeah.
I, who have younger children than you, David, know a robot when I see one.
Probably needs batteries. They always do.
That is some of the Walker family. George Herbert Walker Bush. Barry Serafin.
This is a tremendous day for me, for George Bush, and for the country.
That booth is heated, so they can take those coats off pretty soon, I would think.
He heard you. He just heard what you said, David. And he said, whatever David Brinkley says, I'm about to do.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
That's some of Jeb's children is right behind the president, Peter.
Barry Serafin has just had a word with Vice President Quayle as he went by. Barry, what did he say?
He just said, Peter, that he feels great. This is a great day for the country, and kind of Indiana weather, he said. Cool and beautiful day. Barbara Bush, by the way, came over here briefly. We thought we were going to get a word from her, but she pulled one of her tricks. She came over to kiss an acquaintance hello and ran immediately back down the street with her husband without saying a word to the press.
Well, it's clearly going to take this mob of Bushes and Walkers a moment to get settled down here. But somewhere farther down Pennsylvania Avenue at what, David, about 3rd Street, I think, this parade is just about now to begin. And by my reckoning, they're running 45 minutes behind, perhaps. There are a couple of the parade units making their way out into Pennsylvania Avenue from farther to the east. Oh, I've got to get into it.
Well, should we charge him a quarter every time he says making their way? We could retire, David, just to...
It's the kind of phrase you use unconsciously. Don't even think about ruffles and furs.
Does the child have any shoes on?
I'm not sure, but I think that may be the youngest child, Marvin's child. If it is, it's a little adopted baby girl.
There is a level of informality and not even studied informality.
Greater than I've ever seen here. They're just all milling around and taking their time about sitting down.
This was the whole theme. I mean, it's happened, I guess, accidentally. Maybe it hasn't, but the whole theme of this inauguration, which was openness.
You remember, Ron?
Ease.
Well, this parade is now going to begin in all of its glory, and we will be back in just a moment after a word from your local stations.
ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues after this from our local stations. From our nation's capital, ABC News coverage of Inauguration 89 continues.
There is the parade route as seen from the Texas float with an ABC camera on board. It's got a 10,000-gallon hat and a size 40E boot, and it's large, as you would expect.
What size did you say the boot is?
140E. I don't know where you got that. That's one of these gems contained in the inaugural research book. Texas has the largest representation, obviously. Indiana has a pretty large representation as well, and there are a couple of hundred units in this parade, including floats and bands and horses of every particular kind.
There's a long gap between the president arriving at the reviewing stand and the beginning of the actual parade, so there will be a little stage wait here for him.
This is the first float taking the turn from 15th Street onto Pennsylvania Avenue. They call it Old Glory. It's 80 feet long, and it's built to give the impression, they tell us, and probably does, that it is blowing in the wind. Fascinating earlier today, David, I don't know if we still have it around in our visual library here, but to see how the flag has evolved in these 200 years since George Washington's inauguration.
This one apparently is hinged so it can turn a corner.
It must have been a very tough job for the parade committee to decide who was going to be allowed to come in. All of the different applications that they had to go through. I think they said they had something like 300 of different floats, and they chose different units. They chose something like 75, but they had to weed through and wade through and decide who to say yes to and who to say no to.
They were only too keen to say no to some suggestions around the country. Let's put up in the corner of the screen there this little stack of flags we have over the last 200 years, or go to it full if you like, as the country has evolved and states have become into the Union. A number of these were draped across the west side of the Capitol today. But we were figuring, David, this morning that we didn't quite know where we'd ever seen this before.
I've never seen those with those funny, I've never seen that before. Even a picture of it. I don't...
I love that one. Not that anybody needs reminding, but we are celebrating the bicentennial of the inauguration 200 years ago. Not in January, but in March. George Washington's inauguration in New York. And Chuck Yeager, the honorary grand marshals of this parade. Ann Compton is over on the north lawn of the White House with a man who told me a week or so ago, Annie, that this parade was going to run with computer-like precision. I'd like you to remind him of that.
Stephen Studdard, executive director of this inauguration. Has it been computer-like? Or tell me honestly, hasn't there been some just nightmare glitch somewhere along the line?
Not yet, Ann. We haven't seen a thing go wrong yet. The only thing is we started a little bit late. Once we started, we're right on time.
When you look out at this parade and how does it compare, match up to past parades, did you try to make it particularly different?
We tried to make it reflect the values of George and Barbara Bush. We tried to have it be one that had wide and broad representation, one that was very open, and one that had kind of a fun spirit to it. And we think it does.
Look, would you mind giving us that again? Since the parade started late, it is right on time. Let's have that again.
Well, the parade's going to run an hour and 15 minutes, and all we did is shift the beginning time a little bit. We're about 35 minutes off in starting, but if you add 35 minutes to the original schedule, we'll be all right.
Mr. Studdard, what was all the delay up on Capitol Hill?
Well, the luncheon hosted by the leadership of Congress for the new president and the new vice president took a little longer than planned, and it just took longer to get started.
Is George Bush surprised you by getting out of this vehicle as often as he has?
No, it hasn't surprised me at all. That's, you know, he's full of surprises, and that's the kind of thing you'd expect from George Bush, and he did it right on cue, evidently. He did not indicate to us ahead of time he was going to do it, but he jumped right out. He saw those people out there, and he went after them.
Annie?
Well, Peter, we had gotten word this morning that indeed during the Secret Service walkthrough, they had practiced him getting out of the car 3 times. Little did the Secret Service know he would use all 3 of them. And I'll tell you something you may not have known about Stephen Studdard. He goes back to the Ford days, one of the best advanced men in America, and it's just like him to stage something like this. Guilty?
Not guilty. At least not that I'll admit.
Annie, I have one more question for Mr. Studdard. Mr. Studdard came to Washington 8 years ago with Ronald Reagan, and I was under the impression that part of you wanted to leave with Ronald Reagan.
Peter, I had always told President Reagan that I came to town on the same plane with him and I would leave on the same plane with him. And today, as that helicopter lifted off the Capitol grounds, I had a tear or two in my eye as I stood there and waved goodbye to him.
Good. Well, thank you very much for taking a moment to join us.
Thank you.
This is a man I suspect we shall see a lot of, if not necessarily in person in results, throughout the Bush presidency. The president gets his first look at the first float in what they call the Court of Honor. I'm not quite sure exactly where they call it that, David, but that's that little portion of Pennsylvania Avenue right in front of the White House reviewing stand there.
I don't know, Peter. I've never really heard that until this week. Ordinarily, it's just a Washington street just full of taxicabs and buses and so on, like every other street.
We stopped to let Bob Hope and Chuck Yeager off so they can go to the reviewing stand, one presumes, and watch the rest of the parade.
Bob Hope was quite funny last night at the gala, and he said that he was sitting so far away from President-elect Bush that he couldn't read his lips. And President Bush has said he's not going to say that anymore. That's an expression he wishes he hadn't said.
It was a good gala, I gather, Barbara.
It was a lot of country music, and that's supposed to be the president's favorite. If so, we're going to hear a lot of country music, but that's okay with me.
How old is Bob Hope now?
82? Something like that. He's had his 80th birthday a couple of years back.
Talk about enduring American figures.
He is remarkable.
That houndstooth cap and houndstooth overcoat, something of a symbol in themselves.
They're still trying to seat the family, it looks like.
Jeff Greenfield down there, opposite the White House. What do you make, Jeff, of all this symbolism we've seen so far today?
Well, I think if you extend it to the inaugural week, they are being very careful to try to exemplify this inclusive attitude. His first meeting in the inaugural week was not with military people or with supporters, but with teachers. That's the education president. The open house tomorrow is clearly an attempt to indicate that however people thought Ronald Reagan was living behind a glass wall, George Bush is different. As they used to say in the Marxist world, you know, it is no accident that any of these things are staged this way. And I think, as you'll point out as we get on in this parade, assuming it ever starts, just about every float has some symbolic purpose. And it's the correct way to begin an administration, because you don't begin an administration with a State of the Union message with 50 points of your legislative and budget proposals. This is the sense of a man trying to project who he is in the best way television can be used to do it, by gestures.
They made a very strong point, the whole inaugural planning staff, of bringing teachers here from every state in the Union. Some teachers delegation from every country. And as to that observation, Jeff, about the open house, I think it was the president who said it was distinctly to reaffirm that it was the people's house.
In fact, if I may, Peter, there's one event tomorrow night. It's the hottest ticket in town. That relates back to what was being discussed about the nature of the white audience. Lee Atwater, the Republican national chairman and former backup guitar player to Percy Sledge, is throwing his fantasy dream rhythm and blues night, in which he's actually going to play guitar behind some of the great acts of rhythm and blues. And if it's a little churlish to say it, there are probably more blacks on stage tomorrow night than there are in the entire reviewing stand, and maybe along the line of march. But that, too, is a kind of symbol to say Republicans are not white bread up with people, Wayne Newton types alone. We like harder, harder rock music. And I think that, too, is a symbolic act.
On the subject of music, the United States Army Field Band from Fort Meade, Maryland. On the north lawn of the White House, once again, Ann Compton, who's talking to all the important people down there today. Go ahead, Annie.
Peter, this is John Sununu. Get to know the name and the spelling, because as chief of staff here at the White House, he abandoned his chief executive role as former governor of New Hampshire and takes over now as the gatekeeper of the Oval Office. And Governor, you've been riding in the fun part, the parade. What does George Bush do an hour from now when he walks into the Oval Office the first time?
Well, I think he takes a deep breath and takes a look around and enjoys it for a few minutes and then gets down to work a bit. And there are a few things that have to be done, some documents that have to be signed, some commissions that have to be signed, some nominating papers that have to be signed, and that'll all be done.
When you have White House staff coming on, you have now, they signed the papers for the cabinet. Is there honest work that he has to do in terms of policy today, or can he have all the way until Monday for that?
Well, he has to make official some documents. We'll do a little bit of talking about some initiatives he wants to take, and on Monday, though, it's a full day.
Mr. Sununu, I have a couple of questions, if I may. The President said that he would begin to negotiate with Congress about the budget deficit on the first day in office. What constitutes the first day from that point of view?
Well, he's actually been talking to them before the first day, so he's gotten a big head start on that already. I think you'll hear a little bit more tomorrow in terms of some of the formal steps that he might be proposing, but today is a day of pomp and circumstance, and we're not going to talk about specifics that might take place following this, but there has been a lot of talk up until now in terms of meetings, in terms of phone calls, and in terms of his going up to the Hill to talk to them already.
And let me ask you, if I may, a question about one paragraph in the inaugural speech. The President was referring to Americans held hostage in the Middle East, and he said, assistance can be shown here and will be long remembered. Goodwill begets goodwill. You talking or attempting to talk directly to the Iranians?
I think what that paragraph was addressing was the fact that when you have countries that are willing to extend actions one-on-one in terms of showing goodwill, whether it happens to be the particular countries you mentioned, Iran, or any of the other countries around the world, good friends begin to be developed by extending positive gestures. And I think he was saying as part of his presidency, he wants to extend both his hand, as he did to Congress, but a hand out to the rest of the world, and saying we offer to be as friendly as we can to those who are willing to be friendly with us.
And
tomorrow a full day in the Oval Office. The President will take around some tours, but then will he actually begin making initiatives in the Oval Office? Which ones? Can you tell us?
There'll be another couple of hours of work in the office. He'll be meeting with some of the staff and, again, doing some of the homework that's necessary to get these activities dealing with the budget in place.
And his version of a kind of State of the Union address to the Congress February 9th?
February 9th, I believe that's been agreed to by the House and the Senate, and that's where really the specifics of George Bush's agenda will be laid out by the President.
Governor Sununu, thank you. Peter?
Thanks very much, Ann. Thank you, Mrs. Sununu, for joining us this afternoon. Put it on your calendars, February the 9th. The President will go back to Capitol Hill.
And he also, in February, isn't that when he goes to Japan for the memorial for Emperor Hirohito?
For the funeral for Hirohito. And as David was making the point this morning, it's ironic that Vice President Quayle, who as Vice President goes to funerals in the main, will not go to the first funeral.
Well, George Bush, as Vice President, went to, I believe he was 70-something.
What was he? They used to sort of tease about it. He said he had a slogan, or somebody said he had a slogan, which was, "You die, I fly." There are 10 different parade units from Texas. We're going to see more of them from Texas than from any other state. And the next number, I guess, we'll see the most of is from Indiana. We'll see 6 different units because, of course, that's the home state of Vice President.
Well, the University of Texas, as an old trombone player in a high school band, has 175 brats. So you should be able to hear it in the next county.
On the other hand, Ohio's going to make it seem kind of small. At any rate, from the variety of places in Texas they came, including from Midland, Texas, the Robert E. Lee High School Band, I think, is the one which Charlie Murphy has been spending some time with as to how they actually got to the inauguration.
From way down yonder in the land of cacti and oil wells comes the 205-member Midland Lee High School Band. It's good. One reason, Randy Story, the director who makes them all march to the same drummers.
Why is it that we still have one person who looks better than everybody else? Come on, heads up. Everybody needs to march like Kevin Carmody. Hop, hop, hop.
If you're wondering about the Confederate flag, they point out it's one of 6 flags that have flown over Texas at one time or another. But why was this band invited?
We feel like we're his special band. We've played for him several times over the past 8 to 10 years.
Midland's where Bush started in the oil business. The band played for him when he campaigned here last fall, and he singled them out. It went to Washington to march in the last inaugural parade, but the parade was canceled because of bad weather. So band members went door to door again to raise $150,000 for a return trip. They got some help from merchants.
Elmore Chrysler Dodge Jeep is donating $100 to the Lee High School Band when you buy a new car or truck from Elmore.
Members are pretty excited. Well, let's hear it from them in Kid Talk.
It's just a really neat thing to do.
And that's just like, wow, I don't know what can top that.
4 years ago, the Southern Kids and their instruments froze up. This time, they're prepared with special lubricants for the horns, thermal underwear and earmuffs, and surgical gloves under regular gloves for the players. This time, they're going to give George Bush a warm Texas tribute. Charles Murphy, ABC News, Midland.
Well, thanks very much, Charlie. And there's another of those Texas components. Not modest. Wouldn't have expected that in the Midland Band. We'll be along to play for George Bush in weather that does not require thermal underwear in just a minute. It's also where George Bush started in the Republican Party business, too, Midland, Texas. He helped to organize Midland's first party primary. 3 people voted. George, Barbara, 1 Democrat.
Really?
We're going to have an awful lot of different horses in this parade. Military horses, and there will be little ponies, and there'll be those wonderful Lipizan horses. So if you love horses, you should have a good time in this parade.
One in here that has horses called cobs, C-O-B-S. I didn't know what it was. I looked it up. Cob is a small horse.
Often pulled a small carriage.
Yes. If you were a rich kid, you had a cob, a small carriage with a child in it.
The people who are watching here, by the time this parade is over, they'll just have time to rush back to their hotels and change for the different balls tonight. There are 9 of them, more than there ever have been before, and the most popular one is the Young Americans Ball. Again, an attempt by the Bushes to open things up, this time to young people. That only costs $30 a ticket. You don't have to dress. You have to dress. You don't have to go black tie.
Don't have to be fancy.
That's the one you'd like to go to, David, if you had to go.
If I had to go.
James Madison, Dolly Madison started this whole business of inaugural balls, didn't they, David?
Mm-hmm. But
Cost $4 then.
Disappeared over the years. There was none during World War II. Harry Truman revived them in 1949 and invited 10,000 people to come and dance to the music of Benny Goodman, Guy Lombardo, and Xavier Cugat. So it was off and running, and now it's up to 9.
During the Eisenhowers, they had 2. Mamie Eisenhower decided 1 was not enough, and people said, 2? You're going to have 2 inaugural balls? And now we say, 9, yeah, well, you know.
Maybe 10.
Maybe 10, yeah. Who's counting?
And a small thing I remember about James Madison, he actually said he'd rather be home in bed, didn't he?
He did.
I think a lot of people are going to feel that way after tonight. They sound like more fun than they are, having gone to a couple of them.
Well, Barbara, you know, people who live in Washington think of these things as being for visitors, out-of-towners, and don't go to them much, except for the politicians.
David, I pulled out from your book, Washington During the War, The War Years, your new book the other day, the little section on the inauguration during the war years. What was the mood then?
Well, during the war years, nothing happened. They didn't have inaugural parades. I remember Roosevelt was asked, for example, if they were going to have a military units marching in the parade, and he said, there's nobody here to parade. They're all out in the war. After the war, they started up again. As I say, Harry Truman revived them. During the war, there was only one, 1944, when Roosevelt was sick, tired, weak, didn't want to go through all of this stuff.
Didn't go to the Capitol.
Though there was nothing at the Capitol, there was no parade. There was a brief little ceremony on the south portico of the White House, and about maybe 500 people stood outside in the snow and listened to him make a little speech about 5 minutes long. At the end of it, he told his son James he needed a little whiskey so he could get through the rest of it.
There's the Midland Band.
Up, you have to take footsteps 28 inches, and that you have to go 112 steps a minute. I would like to know how these people know what 28 inches is. Just take big steps, I guess, huh?
You practice long enough, Barbara, it becomes instinctive.
That's from Midland, where George Bush went to go into the oil business, and he hoped to make lots of money.
The Indiana delegation, the Black Horse Troop from the Culver Military Academy and the Culver Girls Academy. Culver, Indiana. Barbara, you were talking about George Bush going to Japan. The Black Horse Troop from the Culver Military Academy has escorted, among other people, Emperor Hirohito, the King and Queen of Denmark, Queen Elizabeth.
I wonder when it began to have a Culver Girls Academy.
Fairly recently.
I would think so. There
Fairly recently.
Yes. Culver Military Academy, you wouldn't ordinarily send your daughter there. I'm sorry, David, what do you remember?
I don't know exactly when, but in earlier inaugurals, I remember this Black Horse Troop was here, but there certainly were no girls in it, no women. Should have added them long ago. They look great.
And the Huntington North High School band from Huntington, Indiana. Vice President Quayle graduated from the high school in 1965. Here's the band. Just said that.
Speaking of women, it wasn't until 1913 that wives were invited to participate in the inaugural.
Now, whom did you dance with?
And I mean in the parade and everything going down. I don't want to get into that, but just talking about in the marching.
The Eagle Float, a salute to world peace, to national prosperity, and to independence. Watch for the doves. If you watch the Rose Bowl parade, yes, same float.
Now, cue the eagle, the doves. Come on.
Handsome float. At least from this angle.
Cue the doves.
Maybe they don't go off until they're right smack in front of the reviewing stand.
That, I believe, is the intention. One thing about television coverage of anything, you can never exactly be sure where you are. What looks like it is one place very often turns out to be another. I think that's the DePaul University Marching Band from Greencastle, Indiana.
Dan Quayle's alma mater.
There are the doves.
Yeah, the doves.
There are a few men whose lives have changed as much as Dan Quayle's in just the past year. His wife had said that this was the year that she thought she'd go back to work. She hadn't worked since the children were born.
She's a lawyer.
And she thought that she would find some job that didn't have a conflict of interest, and she would go back to work.
There's been a lot of talk about this. It's going to be nigh impossible for Mrs. Quayle to have a job while he's vice president, isn't it, David?
Well, it's probably difficult, but if she is really serious, she can work. Be awkward at times, I guess.
One of their thoughts is, what do they do with the children who are in public school? I don't think anybody wants to hear me talk when they can look at that, huh? What do they do? Especially the eldest son is on the basketball team, and he doesn't want to change schools. And that's something I think all of us with kids who've traveled and moved have faced problems similar to that.
Now we're talking about Mrs. Quayle. That's the Purdue band. That's Mrs. Quayle's alma mater. stations along the way that we're going to go at least until 4:30. Try to give folks at home some real sense of the parade.
We keep talking about children in the White House. When was the last time we had little children in the vice presidential mansion? They've had to take some of the rooms and redo them now because they need extra bedrooms for the 3 kids.
Barbara, the vice president's residence is just, as I understand it, totally ill-suited for children. Somebody told me that if one of the kids wanted to go to the bathroom, had to go through 2 other kids' rooms in order to get to the bathroom.
Well, it's totally ill-suited for anything. It's an old, poorly planned, and essentially ugly Victorian mansion that at one time belonged to the U.S. Navy and was used by the Chief of Naval Operations. It took it away from the Navy to give it to the Vice President, spent a little money to remodel it, but not enough.
Rockefeller, wasn't it? Wasn't that
Nelson
when it was
Rockefeller refused to live in it because
but he had it. I mean, they decorated
it. Was there, yeah. And he bought a $20,000 bed, I think it was, round or something silly. Put it in there and then refused to live in it. Lived in his own house on Foxhall Road.
The one thing it does have, which I didn't know, is it has its own kind of jogging path around it, because that's where Mrs. Bush said she was going to go if she needed some exercise. She said she couldn't very well run around the Rose Garden, but she'll go back to the vice presidential mansion where she can have
a huge piece of land. It's a circle.
Well, we were talking to our local stations a moment ago to warn them we were going to continue our coverage, and we shall. And we'll be back in just a moment after a word from your local station.
ABC News coverage of the bicentennial inauguration continues. Once again, here's Peter Jennings.
Well, we're fairly convinced that that parade that you're having a look at on Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House end down towards the Capitol is going to be going on until well after dark. But Steve Studdard, the man who we refer to as the impresario of this inaugural festivity, said it's going to be an hour and a half. There are a lot of units still to come down that route. Thomas Jefferson's second inaugural. He was the first to ride back and establish the route. And Ulysses Grant was the first to sit down and actually watch a parade.
It could have been, there were several other possible routes. It could have come down Constitution, which is straight, doesn't have all these jogs in it. But I think it may be Pennsylvania was the only one that was finished and paved at the time. This town was a mud hole until relatively recently.
A great bog.
Right.
Well, we'll take a flyer on this. I think this is all part of the We the People float, which is the commission of the bicentennial of the country, which emphasizes, it is We the People, the bicentennial of the Constitution, which we celebrated a couple years ago. It also is a reminder in its depiction here of George Washington leaving and going off to New York to be sworn in 200 years ago. We are celebrating George to George, as they say here. Seems a bit informal in some respects, but
what did we decide? It was 235 miles he rode from a horse and buggy
carriage to New York City. 235 miles, took him 8-10 days?
Something like that.
Barbara, you were talking about Michael Dukakis just a moment ago. What's he doing today?
He went to work as usual. He was invited here, was he not?
He was invited and he declined to come.
Right, so he's going to work as usual. Mrs. Dukakis took one of their daughters. There's Bob Hope looking very spiffy. Took one of their daughters on vacation today to Arizona. She's in a plane now. She's not even watching it. But we talked to another one of the daughters and said, what does it mean that your father has already said that he isn't going to run again for governor? Why would he make himself a lame duck? Does this mean that he's not going to run again? That he is planning perhaps to run again? And she said, you know what? He's not sure. So we may be, 2 years from now, whatever, we may be talking again. We probably will about primaries, and we may see Governor Dukakis running again. He hasn't decided certainly not to.
Give you some indication of how long this parade is going to be. That's the Auburn University Marching Band from Auburn, Alabama, and we start at the beginning of the alphabet, and it is 10 minutes after 4 in the afternoon, and our brilliant research department has been at work, and Bob Hope is 85.
85.
He is amazing.
I hope we all do as well.
No doubt about it.
The White House, what's his name at the White House? Who said it was going to be computer-like precision? He must be thinking of a computer that's not plugged in.
And every single state is going to be represented, and some of them with 5, 6 units. This will run right into the inaugural balls.
They did turn some units down, Barbara. They did turn some units down. They turned down a troop of dancing pigs from the Midwest, and they turned down what at one point was the only representative, so I'm told, from Alaska, which was a dog sled pulled by pink poodles.
Speaking of pink poodles,
is still alive, you see.
Speaking of pink poodles in the Department of Animal Trivia, you know that we have lost to Bel Air the first dog, Rex. We now have, however, coming up to look forward to the first dog, Millie, which is the Bush's very dear animal. Millie is not represented today because she is pregnant.
Billy's pregnant. Right?
And Millie is in Kentucky resting up. And we asked Mrs. Bush what's going to happen to all of Millie's puppies, and I think with all those grandchildren, Millie's not going to have to worry about keeping her puppies in the family. But you'll be seeing a lot of Millie.
Barbie, you never cease to amaze me with the depth of your knowledge.
Listen, homework, it pays off.
The Troy State University Band, I believe, from Troy, Alabama.
Elaborate orchestrations in history by Beethoven and others were for orchestras of at most 100. Here there are 300, 400. I don't know how they all hear each other.
And there are also different bands playing on street corners that they're not marching, but are just simply playing for the joy of the people.
And if you're in the back of a band as big as that, you can't hear what they're doing in the front. And you're supposed to play together.
But isn't that kind of the fun of it, though, to hear one, you know, the sounds of one ending and the other one picking up, and the rise and fall of the music? That's part of the fun.
Can we get another look at those horses?
Yeah, put them back.
Director?
I love those horses.
This is the caisson platoon from the 3rd U.S. Infantry. This is the Old Guard from Arlington, Virginia. These are wonderful shires or shire horses. They also have lipazanes in their group. This is a horse you very rarely see ridden. Look at the wonderful bushy feet, the feathered feet they have.
This is from the 3rd Infantry Regiment at Fort Myer, Virginia, permanently stationed there. They're at Arlington Cemetery. They guard the Tomb of the Unknowns, formerly Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. They, for elaborate funerals, they take care of them.
Well, Jeff Greenfield, down at the White House, you've had a chance to think for a few minutes.
Well, I guess what I think is that when the United States of America throws a party, it doesn't matter what the song is, it always comes out in parade time. You know, Robert Klein, the comedian, has a theory that no matter what you play, it could be Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, or it could be a symphony, or it could be rap music, it always comes out in the same rhythm. And I guess George M. Cohan was right. There's something in our blood that loves this stuff, and I guess once every 4 years, you can suspend your musical judgment and just get right into it. I think any music critic now would be a genuine churro. This is, I must say, Peter, as a fan of the Thanksgiving Day Parade, something I said at the outset, I do think they could design some political balloons for this parade, but maybe that's out of place on January 20th of a quadrennial year.
Oh, go on, take a flyer at it, Jeff.
Well, no, I said at the beginning, I could see the deficit balloon, I could see the savings and loan balloon that gets loose, and my favorite, Peter, this is my image, is 50 wires in the sky to nothing, and that would be the stealth bomber balloon. You like it?
Well, we'll take it anyway.
Okay.
It's not fair to make anybody compete with a marching band, but George Will, would you like to try for a minute?
Yeah, I think, Peter, what this is, we should look upon this as training for the Super Bowl halftime show. They've surrounded the Super Bowl with more pageantry than is humanly endurable, and this will give us all a warm-up for it.
And Professor Henry Graff from Columbia, you've been patient and sat with us. Have you been thinking as well?
Yes, Peter, I was thinking as I listened to Governor Sununu that Dwight Eisenhower, on the day after his parade, which went on into the dark, as I remember, his head still swimming, sat down for the first time at the big desk in the Oval Office and discovered a locked drawer. And he called for the key, And the drawer was open, and there he found a trouble folder. Harry Truman had left for him a set of memoranda on things that might pop immediately and that he would need information on. And that is the way the presidency is really transferred from one set of hands to another. And the parades are merely part of the icing.
Slightly chilling in some respects. The Alaska National Guard Eskimo Scouts you've been looking at as Professor Grant has been talking. David?
Well, as Professor's saying, along with everything else, you transfer the headaches that go with the office.
When he opens that box tonight, President Bush sees deficit, deficit, deficit.
Richard Darman, his budget director, who went up to Capitol Hill yesterday, has made again the very strong case that we're not going to see new taxes by any other name, he makes the point, during this first term of the Bush administration.
Bush told us that in the interview that one of the jobs of the president is to exhort the public and private sector into doing more, and that's how he hopes in great part to be the education president and the president who will help the homeless. It's going to be private and city and state.
I believe that is the color guard from the 7th Confederate State Cavalry in Apache Junction, Arizona. You do. They carry with them the flags that have flown throughout Arizona's history, the Castilian Spanish flag, the flag of Spain and Mexico, the Confederate States, the flag of Arizona from 1812, wonderfully rich and colorful.
We should say that this parade is not actually going in order because we did see Texas and Indiana before we started with Alabama, out of respect for the president and vice president.
Arkansas. Regnac populace, the people rule. We'll be back in just a moment.
ABC News coverage of the bicentennial inauguration. Brought to you by Citicorp and Kellogg's Craftlin Oat Bran.
Welcome back to the inaugural parade from what President Bush called democracy's front porch up on the Capitol, down past the old post office to the White House, where he says we can do better. The inauguration celebration for George Bush and Dan Quayle. David.
This group, well, I was about to tell you what group it was, but they took it off the screen before I could see it. Anyway, this is skyline of Washington on a beautiful sunny day, but with the winter sun sinking rapidly, the streets are now half dark and it's difficult to see. The sun sets at 4:59, so by 4:30 it's going to be pretty much dark.
Let's go back down to the parade route while it is light. Carol Simpson. Go ahead, Carol.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm at 13th in Pennsylvania again, and as you can tell, the winds have really picked up here. They must be gusting to like 30, 40 miles an hour now. Some of the crowd is starting to dwindle away. They must be going back to the hotels to get ready for the balls. But it's pretty chilly. We're watching the Parade of the States. The last time I looked, we were at the District of Columbia, so there's a long way to go before we get to Wyoming.
Carol, you heard us talking, I'm sure, about the reaction of the District of Columbia to this transition. Were we right or wrong from your point of view? You live here.
I'm sorry, Peter, I can't hear you. The winds are really high.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Carol Simpson, certainly enjoying yourself. Barbara, you were asking what kind of a dog? It's a 2-year-old English Springer Spaniel.
Millie, you mean.
Millie,
I thought Millie was a Cocker Spaniel.
And pregnant, right?
And pregnant.
Pregnant. Wonderful. Here's the U.S. Marine back.
At every inauguration except the one for George Washington?
Created by Thomas Jefferson.
All the different uniforms are really so colorful and fun to see, which is a rather sneaky way of my talking a little bit about the styles and the fashions. And you said earlier today, Peter, that you didn't want me to do all of the talking about styles and wardrobes. Since you wanted to join in a little bit of it, we should tell people that the big surprise tonight, if they cared, was what kind of a dress Mrs. Bush was going to wear. We know that it has been designed by Arnold Scarzy. It is custom made. It's couture. And that means it's made to order for her and has to cost at least $5,000. So, you know, there's a little bit of designer, establishment. Tonight, she just hasn't decided which color. The pearls, by the way, these are her trademark fake pearls, she says, and she's proud that they're fake.
It was Adams, not Jefferson.
That's right. The band was,
well, it was a nice piece of
officially
work.
established in 1798.
A nice piece of work.
John Adams signed an act of Congress. Let's listen to him. Barbara, while you've got this subject of design going, what real impact does the First Lady wearing a designer's clothes have in the marketplace?
Mrs. Reagan had a great deal of impact. As a matter of fact, there was a somewhat controversial award last week, a week ago Monday, when Mrs. Reagan got the Hall of Fame Fashion Critics Award, and there was some question about whether this was the year for her to have been given it or accepted it in the year in which she was criticized for borrowing clothes. But she put a lot of designers on the map, and people became very clothes conscious. Mrs. Bush dresses very well. She is a size 14 and not a size 4, which is a great relief to all of us who aren't size 4.
There are more size 14s in the country than there are 4s,
sure.
right?
And I think the designers whose clothes she wears will have a little more play, and the fact that both of these First Ladies have worn only American designs. But Mrs. Reagan was a model size, and it did make a difference in one of the biggest industries we have in this country, the fashion industry.
Mrs. Bush yesterday was belittling some of this in a very nice way, making fun, sort of being anti-designer. But you think she'll change in time?
Well, you know, I don't think it's that she'll change. I think that she did wear nice clothes and designer clothes. The outfit she's wearing today is by Bill Blass. Bill Blass's clothes are $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. And she's wearing a dress and a coat. I can't estimate, but I'd say that outfit, if you went into a store and bought it, would be $4,000. The difference is it's not her #1 priority. And not even her #6 priority, I think. And when she came down to do the interview with us this past week, she walked out to say hello with no lipstick on, or her hair done, but no makeup on, said, give me a little touch-up. That's wonderful. That's the way most of us are in the mornings, and I think we feel comfortable with her. I think she's going to be a very popular First Lady, don't you, David?
I do, yes. She's very friendly, very unpretentious.
She's smart.
Very smart, and very nice.
The Yale University band.
Several Ivy League schools do not have anything resembling military uniforms.
I think this is...
Sorry, Mom.
I'm sorry. I think this is the band that had not marched. They're used to playing but not marching, and they were very concerned that their flags were going to get caught in the trees.
That's actually the first time they've ever marched, and they've done it in honor of George Bush because Yale is his alma mater. He was captain of the baseball team in the great state of Connecticut. In all of the research that we've looked at in the last week, here's one I like. That the state motto in Connecticut, which might suit George Bush, is Qui transtulit sistinet. He who transplanted still stands. As George Bush was accused during the campaign of having numerous adopted states. I know, it's a reach, David, it's a reach.
Well, he does have 3 that claim him, and truthfully so.
I think it's out of the picture now, but that Governor's Horse Guard of Connecticut is older than the United States.
When this parade is over, The Bushes walk into the White House, and for the first time it is theirs, and they go up to the private quarters with all those children and grandchildren. Mrs. Bush says she's going to take pictures tonight, if she gets a chance, of all the grandchildren jumping up and down in the Lincoln bed. She said Eunice Shriver suggested she do that, and she's got her camera, and I don't know what the Lincoln bed's going to look like tomorrow morning, but it's going to have a lot of a lot of trampoline practice tonight.
Well, I hope she gets
better afford the bad thing, but it's hard to...
I hope we get a print of that picture, if she makes it. All these kids jumping on Lincoln's bed.
I think son Marvin was assigned the Lincoln bedroom, and that's going to be very historic for the whole family to stay there tonight.
Well, it's very sad, but it's getting pretty dark in the streets here.
Well, here is one of the really significant floats in the parade. This was meant to be a surprise. As somebody said, it was the worst kept secret in Washington. So little of a secret that we got a camera on board. That is an aircraft similar to the one which George Bush flew in the Pacific, in which he was shot down in 1944 just north of the island of Iwo Jima. It's called an Avenger. It's a torpedo bomber. And on that float today are some of the men who flew with George Bush in the Second World War in the Pacific. And also on board are some of the men from the USS Fishback, the submarine which plucked him out of the water.
Somebody has lovingly and carefully preserved this old airplane and has lent it for the parade.
Well, his name's Coke Stewart, as a matter of fact. He and his son, Coke Stewart Jr., are also on the float.
Very touching last night when a member of the naval group at the gala saluted President Bush and said, "You are one of us, and we're proud that you're a naval flyer."
I want to do we're going to get off the air in just a couple of minutes, and we'd like to perhaps do a bit of a whip around now. Just before we leave, perhaps go back down to the White House and hear from Jeff Greenfield again. A final thought from you, Jeff?
Well, you know, days like this, I think of something that Francis Bacon said, that hope makes a good breakfast but a lean supper. And I was thinking that Ronald Reagan may be the first president since Roosevelt who left office with his countrymen more hopeful about him, more optimistic on what he did than what they thought he would do. Most presidents find that the inauguration most presidents find that the inauguration day is one of the high points. I think of Jimmy Carter getting out of the limo, walking down Pennsylvania Avenue, post-Watergate, everybody hopeful, and leaving amidst inflation and hostages. Richard Nixon leaving on the heels of a posse, Gerald Ford being voted out of office. And you wonder at a time of optimism, of relative peace and prosperity, 4 or 8 years from now, how is George Bush going to be leaving? Is this going to be looked at as an ironic moment when hopes were high, or will he fulfill them? I would say only time would tell, but I'm too embarrassed to use that old journalistic cliche. So I suppose it's appropriate in this moment that we suspend journalistic skepticism and treat this as a kind of civic religious ritual, and that's what it is.
Okay, Jeff, thanks very much. Jeff Greenfield down at the White House. I quite agree. Time will tell is almost as bad as making their way. Barbara, final thought?
Well, what I started off saying, this is a day to feel good. I'm suffering. Suffering's the wrong word, but I'm experiencing an extreme case of patriotism today. Who knows what problems we may have on Monday. Today, I think it's just been quite glorious, especially the inaugural ceremony this morning.
I'm very glad you joined us. David and I have been together throughout the political year. You're a really special addition today. Thank you. David.
Very few countries in the world have a record as good as this. 200 years of democratic exchanges of power with never the slightest difficulty. I'm very proud of it.
That's what Professor Henry Graff said earlier today. He said presidents leave on time.
They do. And no one has ever given the slightest thought to not leaving on time. That's a record that it's hard to match in the world, in history.
I get a little nervous at times as to whether or not we aren't suffering a little bit from transition fever, but I like what you say, Barbara. Let's suspend journalistic disbelief for this particular day. It really does make you feel very good about the country. I said earlier this morning that a lot of people in other parts of the world do not fully understand all this. Well, there it is. It's there for all the world to see. World News Tonight coming up. Barbara and the Bushes on 2020 tonight. And on Nightline this evening, change of pace for Ted Koppel, the inaugural balls. Glad you've joined us for this important day. George Bush, the 41st President of the United States. I'm Peter Jennings. Goodbye.
January 20th, 1989, the inauguration of George Herbert Walker Bush, 41st President of the United States, has been a special events presentation of ABC News.
This has been a special presentation of ABC News, where more Americans get their news than from any other source.